So good morning, everyone. If you can find your seat for we have the Animal Service Center still meeting going on, but we do have a quorum here. I do have a couple of housekeeping rules. Number one, those that are on Zoom, we would greatly appreciate it if you would keep yourself on mute. It does have some feedback here in the room when we get a lot of people that are on Zoom. Just to let council and the mayor know that most of the people that are on Zoom are actually staff. It's not anybody with the public, just to let you know. Also too, because this is a official meeting, it has to be recorded with the city clerk's office. So we are needing to speak into the microphones. That's where it's being recorded. So councilors, mayor, if you have any questions or comments to anything that comes up, if you could please go to the microphone. We have two in the front here. They are off right now, but if you just press the button, it turns them on. So we also can take the microphones off and come to you as well. And then we also need to pass those on to staff if there's any questions that they need to answer as well. So with that, I want to welcome all of you to our 2023 budget retreat. And I would like to invite our mayor, Ken Miyagashima, to come up and open us up for the day. Thank you so much.
Again, welcome each and every one of you. Thank you, Ifo. Thank you, Leanne, for putting this together. So I was just thinking, I think this is, of course, it's new for councilors Graham and Quran, but also for councilors Bencomo and Betastubi. So this is an exercise that probably the city has done several years ago. And I'm glad to see that Ifo and his team, management team, has continued it. This is really fun, especially, and I know we still have a couple colleagues out, but that's okay. As long as they get here when we start putting the dots up, that's the fun part. Because that's where you actually are allocating certain funds. And you know, this is kind of where the majority moves in that direction. But today's hearing or budget retreat is really for operating. So it's not going to be for the ARPA money. It's not going to be for the BIL, the bipartisan infrastructure law, the 1.2 trillion, which I have some really good information on, especially since even though Marty Chavez is the one who's for the state, but the one who he answers to is Mitch Landrieu, who was the mayor of New Orleans, who I met with last week, and he gave me this whole list of things that we should do and how we can really capitalize on that type of money as well. But that will be, I'll disclose that in our council meeting at our first council meeting next month. But here, for the most part, we're gonna be dealing with our operating budget. So for the most part, a lot of it is already dedicated for personnel and for payroll, but there is gonna be some wiggle room on some other projects that are gonna be allowed. And I was just joking with one of the counselors that, I mean, theoretically, if we wanted to move in one direction, I mean, you know, if you wanted to cut out a particular portion in the city's budget to use for something else, we could, but you know, I don't know if we want to do that just without having a whole lot of discussion. But nonetheless, enjoy the retreat. I think you're going to find it really informative because you're going to see, what is that bell all the time? It keeps dinging. What is that? Zoom. Oh, Zoom. Okay. All right. I was like, so the doorbell? Somebody trying to get in? Or I don't know. But you're going to find it really informative because you're going to see how much work our team in the finance department does. Oh, good. Mayor Pro Tem and Council Flores, good to see you. We're just barely starting. Oh, no, we got word that you were still going on with your meeting. We haven't gotten to the fun part yet where you put the dots up and start dedicating monies. But you're going to see where our finance team and all that they go through to put together this probably $500 million budget, all the different moving parts, everything that it's just incredible. I brought my budget book just as a reminder of all the different moving parts there are in the city. And I think a lot of people throughout just the organization, but throughout the city as a whole, really can't comprehend because it's just a lot. It's just incredible what it takes to operate a city. And so I want to take a moment to thank Ifo and Ipani. I know Eric's not here, Barbara, all the department directors, finance team as well, for all that they do, because it's incredible. I'm fortunate to work with such great professionals. You make our job a lot easier. And for that, I just want to tell you thanks. So I'll turn it back over to you, Leanne. If there's anything else you want to say.
Thank you, Mayor. So for my presentation, we're going to start off with the budget making environment. So I wanted to bring forward to you as counselors and Mayor Pro Tem, welcome, thank you, to what the budget challenges is. And I called these, I have 4, and I call these budget challenges, but I want to tell you, these are challenges for us. So these are things that the budget team and finance that we're going to be working on. These are goals that we want to accomplish this year and hopefully for years to come. This is something that we want to embark on. And our first budget challenge is for the counselors and for the mayor and for staff is that we have limited resources. Our revenues come in from our GRT, they come in from our property taxes. And as you know, I have recently got in front of council, in front of the oversight committee, and I have mentioned that our revenues are increasing. We see an increase right now of about 10% in our gross receipts tax. This is wonderful. This is really great news. It shows that our city is growing and our economy is starting to pick up, especially after COVID. But Barbara told me she loved this statement. Resources will always be limited. Ideas will be unlimited. Our ideas of what we want the city to become, I hear it from all of you, are unlimited. We want the best for our residents and for our constituents. But during our budgeting, this is our goal. We sometimes find a balance. We need a balance between the numbers and our strategic direction. And sometimes we sometimes get so caught up in the numbers. And that's one of the things that we are going to focus on this year is with the help of our peak coordinator, Shoshana, we're really going to be concentrating on those strategic results, your strategic plan, and bring those numbers and that strategic plan together. So that's a challenge to us. We're really going to work hard on that because if we can put those dollars where they're going to have the most impact, then we're doing the greater good. Our second budget challenge, or I should say our budget goal, is to have better communication tools. We strive to be transparent, and we do this every year. Right before COVID hit, we had a plan of trying to reach out into the community and start having more budget meetings with the community, at your district meetings. We want to, hopefully, if we can get a little bit more out of COVID, we hope to get right back on that bandwagon and get out there and showing our budget and our financials and showing them to be more transparent and having better communication and presenting information that's easily understood. And that is our number one goal. We try to bring across to everyone that everything that we bring to you, these numbers, that you understand what these numbers mean. Because we want residents to be inviting. We want them to ask us these questions so that way we can answer those questions for them. Our budget challenge number 3 is infrastructure costs. And I think in the last budget adjustment that we brought to you, you saw that we have some infrastructure that our costs are going really high. I think Public Works and others have told you that construction costs have really increased. That we see that higher increase in cement and the steel and the wood. And so it's really been a challenge for us for finding the funding to help to get everything finished, especially on the current projects. However, we need to really evaluate and we need to prioritize our programs. And that's what we do in our strategic planning, is prioritizing those and trying to make sure that the investments that we put out, are solid and high value projects. Our fourth budget challenge is fiscal sustainability. So my kids live in Washington, and my kids believe that me and my son-in-law's mother should come up to Washington, move to Washington, buy a food truck. This is our future. This is going to be my fiscal sustainability, because apparently in the state of Washington, Mexican food is gross. So this is my future fiscal sustainability for me. This is my retirement, to go up to Washington and get a food truck and make Mexican food. So so it's more than just about today, and that's what we're working on. I think you know that we're working in finance on a 5-year financial plan, and we're working hard to accomplish this because we want to know, what does the future look like? Because we want to be able to, if we know what the future is going to look like, then we feel that we have the time to fix it. And so with that, I would actually like to invite Matt Sines to take over for our next presentation, which is our revenue and expenditure budget. These are the highlights.
I think I need Councilor Sorg here to tell me to push F5. So good morning, everyone. My name is Matthew Sines. I'm the interim chief budget officer. It's great to see everyone here today. I just want to give you a quick overlook of our general fund revenue forecast for 2022 through 2026. We work with our economist on this projection. As you can see, we're currently at about 108.7 million. And over the next few years, we anticipate to grow at least 2% per year. So by 2026, we anticipate our revenues to be 117.6 million. Our revenues are composed mainly of gross receipt tax. That's the section in the blue there, the big section in the blue. Those are about 74 to 75% of our revenues. Next in the green column, we have our property tax, which is typically about 12 to 13%. In the smallest band in the yellow, we have franchise fees, which is about 4%. And lastly, we have other revenues, which includes fines and fees for programs at about 10%. So moving on to our historical 5-year general fund expenditures. Over the past 5 years, our average growth has been about 11%, but looking at the last 3 recent years, our growth has been about 2% per year. So looking at FY21, you can see that our budgeted amount is 97.4 million. Actuals came in at about 84.9. So we are seeing a trend that we are expending 92 to 95% of our budget on that. And what's really interesting is if you look at FY21 to compare to FY27, you can see that the budget has grown over $10 million, which is pretty impressive. And the actuals that have come in are about 5.5 million. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it back over to Ms. Leanne Demouche. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to jump into our investments. This is also another goal or challenge that I've been working with our city manager, Mr. Peely on. We're really going to be focusing on our investments. And so I just wanted to give you a brief overview because we never really at these meetings talk about our investments. And I wanted to bring this to your attention. And I know that the mayor is, he and Councilor Flores is the chair of our finance select committee, and Councilor Bencomo is on it. And I thank all 3 of you for the direction that you help us with our finance select committee. And so at our next meeting, we're going to have a more in-depth discussion about our finances, about the investments. But this is just a little bit of overview. And I wanted to show you where we're investing our money. And pretty much overall, our investment portfolio is about $329 million. And as you can see, 39% of this is into federal bonds. These are things like Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, federal municipal bonds that we invest in. We do have, just to let you know, we do have an investment policy, and over the next year, we're going to be working with Mr. Peely to update our investment. So that way we can bring it and present it to the Finance Select Committee, hopefully at a meeting very soon. We do have a new treasurer, Her name is Erica Hawkes, and I will be introducing her at the next Finance Select Committee also. So I just wanted to give you an overview so you can see where we're putting our investments into. Our investment policy allows us to invest mostly in very low risk. We have to make sure that we have liquidity. We have to make sure that we're safe because we don't want to lose money, of course, but we want to safely invest that money. So this is a summary of our city's total portfolio. So as you can see, we have money invested in the Federal Farm Credit Bank. We have cash. We do have cash. We have a certain amount of cash that we can only keep in our bank account. So we have to be very careful that we don't go over that amount in our bank account. So we are constantly watching the flow of money. We made an investment yesterday because our property taxes came in. I think I gave a presentation to Oversight Committee and I told our property taxes were only at 23%. And it's like I told the Oversight Committee, wait a few days, into the third quarter, we should be receiving a check from the county. And we did. We received about $10 million from the county just yesterday. So we turn around and we invest that money and that goes into our portfolio. As you can see, we have money market, municipal bonds, we have certificate of deposits, CDs, treasury bills, and also treasury notes. Now, the Telstar is part of this. You see the line where it has the yield rate that's NA. This is where we have the state investment, the SIC that we invest in for the Telstar Fund. The Telstar Fund is also invested into some of the bonds, the federal bonds as well through our regular investing. So we have 80% that is with the SIC and the State Investment Council. And then we have the rest of that 20% that we invest in with the rest of our portfolio. So with that, I would like to introduce to the counselors and to Mayor, we have our new economist. Her name is Monica Torres. And I would like to invite her to come up and give a presentation about how our economic outlook is. And so Monica, will you please join us? So Monica, let me see if I can. You might need to speak a little. I know it doesn't sound like it's on.
I know it doesn't sound like it's on, but it's on.
It's on, okay.
You sound screaming.
Okay. Well, first of all, thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of City Council. As I say, my name is Monica Torres. I'm the new city economist with the Economic Development Department. And I will be giving you an overview of the economic environment in the city of Las Cruces. So gross receipts is a measure of the economic activity for the city. And we can see the economic activity exhibits an upward trend with a slight fall around April 2020, which is more or less the heart of the COVID-19 pandemic. But economic activity has bounced back to levels about average. Now this graph presents which industries have recovered the most during 2021 as compared to 2020. We can see private sector is leading growth with leisure and hospitality leading the way. On unemployment claims, they have been steadily decreasing. On the sector of new residential permits, we see year-over-year growth. And while new business registration exhibits sort of a more stable pattern that fluctuates around the mean, we're seeing higher numbers in 2021 as compared to 2020. So we can say that Las Cruces continues to recover from the negative impact from COVID-19. There's approximately still about 5.4 thousand individuals filing for unemployment. There is strong growth in the number of jobs, particularly in the private sector. While prices are increasing all across the US, Las Cruces remains competitive compared to the average US city, according to Q2 2021 data. And last, the Federal Reserve met this Tuesday and Wednesday to discuss possible increases to the interest rate, which could have repercussions on housing demand. So that's it on the economic environment for Las Cruces. Thank you.
So Mayor, Council, we're a little bit ahead on schedule. However, we wanted to leave some time for any questions. If any of the councilors or the mayor have any questions, as we mentioned earlier, we do need for you to state your question into the microphone because we are recording today since all the councilors are here. If you have any questions for this first session, we would love to answer them. Mayor?
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you, Barbara. In fact, it was really more of a, well, I guess it is a question. So a few months ago, the legislature, they put in a new law on grocery food tax. So let me just share with you the way it used to be, and the way it is now. We talked to some legislators and they, frankly, weren't aware of it, but so far it doesn't appear like it's hurting us. So I'll try to use this as an example. Let's say you're a CPA, and you're based in Las Cruces and you have clients all over the state. Well, you pay grocery receipts here, but there's the way the new law says that if you have a client in Roswell and you drive to Roswell and you do your accounting, that's when who's going to get the grocery receipts tax. And I was really worried. I brought it to Barbara, they checked it out, and so far we haven't had any problems. But I just wanted to alert my colleagues and the rest of the team, because I think some legislators are now getting word that, hey, we didn't know about this, and DFA or Tax and Rev, they kind of just slid it through. But so far, I'm impressed. But of course, we're 3 months behind, so just something to keep heads up on.
So thank you, Mayor. You're absolutely correct. That was House Bill 368 that passed. It went from location to destination based. We were, for several years, our internet sales tax was a fixed rate. We received about 2.1 million from the state for internet sales tax. However, that did go away. But as you can see, we feel, excuse me, we feel that the increase that we're seeing in the grocery receipts tax is due to a lot of people buying online, especially now since we still are in COVID. There is a grace period the state has said, because like, for instance, if I order something from Amazon and it comes all the way from Washington, Amazon has to fill out those tax forms. So the state knows that there's going to be this little bit of grace period in there, this lag, trying to get everybody on board to pick up the destination based. So Mayor, you're absolutely correct. And I think that's part of the reason why we're seeing the increase in our GRT. Now, trying to trend that, the state does not have any data on that. And so we are trying to trend that. And we're going to be working very closely with Monica to work on trying to see if we can collect some data on that GRT. Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, if I could just add a couple of things. You all see the monthly GRT reports that I send out, that finance prepares. I just sent one out this morning, and we are looking closely at this. We have 4 months of data now for taxes that have come in after this change was put in effect, because as you know, when we get our GRT, it reflects business activity from 2 months prior. So essentially, we now have 4 months data. We definitely want to start understanding where these increases are attributed to. It could either be the change in the taxation from origin-based to destination-based. We could have more business activity, frankly, than we've had in the past. And we could also have inflation playing into part of those increases. So as Leanne said, what we're hoping to do is to be able to work with our economists and to get some data from the state that will allow us to get a better picture of where those increases are coming from.
Thank you.
We did the cabin air filter and the all change tire rotation.
So whoever is on Zoom,
Next service. So-
whoever's on Zoom,
194 for.
Yeah, so
okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Hi, everyone. Good
Thanks,
morning.
Barbara.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I'm excited to meet, is it Dr. Torres? I just want to make sure. Are you sure? Okay. Thank you, and it's really good to have you on the team. I'm curious about, so a lot of the forecasts that we saw here today isn't all as grim as perhaps maybe some of us imagine it to be, right? And it's looking upward. And I'm glad to see, I know that we're specifically talking about the institution, this, like the city as the institution, and we talked about some of the business community in there, and the data around how they're improving through the pandemic. But I'm curious if there's ways for us to have more data on our residents. So, last week, I think there was a report that came out of the San Antonio Mexican, and there was a survey done with BSP research out of, I think, UNM, that talked about how Hispanic families are facing through the pandemic, and they're facing extreme economic hardship still, with over half the people saying they had less than $1,000 in the bank. And so I feel like even though there's a lot of, even though there's a lot of recovery in many places, there's still not a lot of recovery in a lot of vulnerable families. Is there a way for us to have better data on the recovery of the people, the residents of the city?
I think there's a lot of data out there. We just need to. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me there?
Yes.
Oh. There's a lot of data out there. I will have to do more research and see what's available, what can we use. And if you would like to share that research with me, and we will get back to you with a better answer.
I will definitely send that
That
to
sounds good.
you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. And thank you, Leanne, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, for HB 368. My concern is this, is that for sales of goods only? And the reason, do you know? Joe, okay, how does that affect when we start our we're going to start intramural like sometime between the summer and next fall. And then shortly after that, I think we'll have intrastate travel. And
It's really more of those ones that travel.
well, no, what I'm talking about is, are we going to be able to keep the money for tickets that we sell here in Las Cruces for our travelers who may be going even international flights, but purchasing their tickets? I mean, I'm thinking about that. And because I think that that's going to be a good way of I mean, I thought that by having air travel, we're going to increase our economic base and our GRT. So does 368 affect the point of destination?
That's a good question.
Well, then that's something we have to look into.
So Mayor Councilor Flores, from the bill that we read, it is for goods and services. So we need to look into, this is for air travel. Monica and I and Matt will look into that air travel. We're going to write it down and check on that. That's a really great point, Counselor. And thank you for pointing out, because I hadn't even thought about it, ma'am. So that's great. Yeah. Mayor Pro Tem, do you have a microphone? Okay.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Leon, thank you, Matt, and our new economist, welcome, Monica. My question is, can we get a copy of the bill? I think that would be helpful so that we could read it in its entirety. And I don't know if it's something that needs to be discussed, maybe in a policy review committee, sort of bringing awareness, educating ourselves, and maybe it's in finance committee that needs to have that discussion. And then a report out, maybe in a work session for council. I'm not sure, because I'd like to become more familiar with that. And then, yeah, my question is in the revenue portion of the presentation, the other, where you list several things, or you spoke of several things. Where does grants come in related to that? Is that a revenue that gets listed as revenue on the other? And so it's those grants that you all as city employees are going for from a federal or state level, or maybe a private entity.
So Mayor Pro Tem, as far as the grants, when the grants come in, they do come in as revenue and as an expenditure, because the revenue and expenditure should match each other, because you only have so much of the grant that you can pull in. Those come in actually into the special revenues, which is the twos, 2,100. If it happens to be a capital revenue or a capital grant, then it goes into the fours, which is the capital funds that we have. That's 4,100. So today, what Matt was showing you, ma'am, was only for the general fund, which is the 1,000. So where all of our gross receipts at. So the other that you see is for fees, for charges, it's for leases and rentals that we have. It's for community development for their permits, which has actually grown a lot recently. So it's for those.
Thank you, Leanna.
Sure thing.
Thanks a lot. And then my other question is for the economist, Monica. You spoke of the possibility of interest rates, and do you have an idea of what percentage points those are?
Mayor Pro Tem, I will get back to you with that answer. I don't remember if it's 1/4 percentage point increase. So I will verify the information and get back to you.
Okay, all right. And then the investment slide, Leanne, how do we get feedback to you as a council in terms of the investments that we'd like to see made?
That's a really great question. You can send me an email and CC Mr. Peely, or if you want to have the possibility of maybe having a work session, we can get with you, and because it is something that Mr. Peely is very interested in, and we've taken a serious look at these investments and going to be working very closely with him. I'm going to become glued to him right here. So
Having some say in those
yes,
investments, and maybe a work session, that's a great idea.
Yeah.
Thank you.
If I could add, Councilor Pro Tem Gamera, the current investment policy stipulates that we actually take the input of the council in terms of the risk that would be tolerated by the governing body for our overall investment strategy. So that involves an exercise that we could do with the mayor and council to go through and assess your risk tolerance for the overall investments. That's what the current policy. I know we're looking to revise the policy, but that's something that a tool that we could use to get your input on the overall investment strategy.
and Mayor Pro Tem, if I can add, we actually did that, I think, when years and years ago, and the mayor probably has better dates than me. But we actually did that with the standing counselor when the Telsure funding came in. So it's time to redo that. We've told Mr. Peely, we need to look at this investment policy. He's got a great mind for investments. And so we're going to be working really closely with him on this, and the council and the mayor.
Thank you.
Any other questions? We're almost right on target, unless Mr. Peely, do you have anything you want to add? Or okay, great. Okay, so we'll go ahead, and the mayor had to step out for a minute. Does that mean we don't have a quorum?
We don't have a quorum.
Oh, we do? Oh, yes, never mind. Thank you. I apologize.
I also want to say that I appreciate Councilor Bengomo bringing up the study that was done. I heard a presentation a few weeks ago related, and it's very astounding. I mean, it's very concerning, and we should have that information specifically that address, just how many single parents, how many are Latinos, and there's such disparity between Latinos during COVID coming out of that, where others are doing better and we're lagging behind, and we'll never we'll never meet where we need to be, right? So I feel like as we're discussing this, that this really needs to be a major consideration, specifically not only unemployment, but poverty, what those are, who are the faces of these people, right? And so as we discuss this moving forward. Thank you.
And thank you again, economist Torres, right? Did you say Hackis at first?
Different person.
A different person. Okay, so apropos of the 5.4K individuals that are still receiving unemployment insurance, how do you have any? Because unemployment insurance has a date certain termination. So do you have any data as to how many of those people will fall off of those rolls, because there's only a certain amount of money that does get that someone does get? So, and what is the forecast on that? Thank you.
I don't have the data right now, but I will look into it. I will get back to you.
So as far as a strong number of growth of jobs, do we know what kind of jobs are in that growth? And do we know what the pay is?
Go back.
And can we break that information down? We need to know whether they're going to just be minimum wage, because even minimum wage isn't really livable wage. So we need to look at that. Minimum wage, as we heard this morning, is actually $27 an hour, and I think that's even more, given living wage. Yeah, living wage. Living wage.
What?
What did I say?
Yeah, I just got it right.
Oh, no. But, well, minimum wage to actually be able to live on is livable wage is about over $27 an hour. And so we really need to have that kind of information. And so, because job growth is, it doesn't really indicate how well our community is doing, how healthy we are economically. So that's what I would like to see. Thank you. And thank you.
Yes, we can look into that too, like just a brief comparison between 2020 and 2021. We see the leisure and hospitality grew, transportation, retail. Those are just the general categories of the industry, but we can look more into it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, no further questions. I would like to move to our next category, which is an overview of Elevate Las Cruces and our strategic plan. And I would like to invite Shoshana to come up and give her presentation.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me fine?
You're gonna have to speak right on the microphone, unfortunately, Shoshana.
Okay, is that better? No, okay. So this is the overview of Elevate Las Cruces, our city's comprehensive plan and our city strategic plan in the context of what you would be looking at as city council and also the general public in terms of what we are funding and how we are prioritizing our budget and capital improvements. So this is just a quick graphic to demonstrate kind of the overarching placement of these different types of documents that we have for the city to guide policy. So the main umbrella plan would be Elevate Las Cruces, which has a vision set of policies, and it also has a physical framework that is also a policy, but I will go into a little bit further down in the presentation. And then we have all kinds of policy plans, which you as City Council adopt, and staff has to carry out, basically. So these are our more technical plans. We also have specific area plans where there has been public engagement, hopefully adequate stakeholder engagement, and the policies that are adopted really indicate what needs to be done there. And then finally, we do have our implementation tools, of which the city's strategic plan, our department strategic plans, and also the actual budget and CIP are tools for implementation of those plans and policies. So I'm going to give a quick refresher on the comprehensive plan, just because we do have 2 new counselors, and stop me anytime if it's too detailed. So I'm going to talk about the vision framework. This is the community vision through 2.5, and if you really think about it, 6 years of public engagement. This is the vision that Las Cruces came up with, and the Planning and Zoning Commission, as well as a diverse city comprehensive plan advisory committee, as well as the city council, unanimously approved. And I'm not going to read it out, but here it is. And that vision has several kind of sub-vision or components to it. So a couple of the things that we keep in mind in developing further policy or trying to prioritize and balance out our investments, we look to the vision to see what our guiding kind of main criteria or what we're trying to achieve as a community would be. So then the actual funding for capital infrastructure is also something that our Las Cruces City Charter calls out and specifies that the comprehensive plan shall serve as a guide to all future city actions concerning land use and development, and the financing and location of capital improvements. So before taking any action, the city council shall cause a finding and report to be made concerning the relationship between these actions and the comprehensive plan. Now, why is that important? It's because we finally do have a future development map that guides us. So I'm going to walk you through quickly the exercise, and this is more of a refresher for those of you who actually participated in this. So we had several scenarios developed for the growth for the future of Las Cruces. How do we want to grow, right? What does Las Cruces want to be when it grows up? So this was the trend development scenario, and it was based on how we're doing right now, what our trends are in terms of subdivisions, permits, where people are looking to locate, and how our infrastructure is expanding. So as you can see, the dots are indicating, and you can't really distinguish the colors right now, but their future residential growth, each dot is 1 dwelling unit. And for future non-residential or commercial, office, institutional, that would be 1 dot is 5,000 square feet. So this was one scenario that was considered called the trend development scenario. And this was the other kind of end of that spectrum, which was the compact growth scenario. And in this one, the prioritization was to divert growth into these growth areas, right? These nodes, these centers. And again, you kind of see the focus more on infill as opposed to kind of the general sprawl for the trend scenario. And this was the consensus scenario, which after the exercise with Planning Zoning Commission, city councilors, department directors at that time, this was kind of the consensus scenario where there is a balance of moving outward, but focusing inwards and creating these corridors and these strategic areas for future investment. So with that, there was an actual fiscal impact analysis that was conducted. And these are just kind of the key findings that I'm highlighting today. The compact growth scenario was, of course, the highest net positive impact, and the trend was the lowest. And that would be the difference between when we consider all the revenues and the expenditures for the city. The consensus scenario fell kind of in between. It's a more balanced scenario. The major cost is, of course, fire service. So how we expand, where we expand, really affects our pocketbook. And so this is the future development map with all of the different place types. And the idea is that we are trying to grow based on what kind of character we want our neighborhoods to have. What kind of a place does Las Cruces want to be? So I'm not going to go into detail on each of these place classifications, but just suffice to say that each of them have their own distinct qualities. People who prefer to live in rural areas might not want to live in the urban core, etc. So we also have the place type overlays map in the comprehensive plan, and this really tells you where we probably should be focusing our attention. That's where we're going to get the biggest bang for our buck. That's where the need is through all of the analysis that was done. And so these kind of big bubbles that you see, those are potential proposed future town centers. And then the little blue kind of nodes are potential neighborhood centers. The location is fluid, so it's just indicating that in the general vicinity, we might want to focus some services, infrastructure, etc. And this is an example of a neighborhood center. We did have sort of a visual. This you might recognize is Solano. And this was kind of the, we could be this scenario. And this is the mall. So there was like a stage kind of visual graphic produced to show how we could fill in areas that already have infrastructure where we don't have to increase the cost of investment unnecessarily. So we also have various area plans and community blueprints that the city council also adopts. So again, you've already created this framework for us to tell us where and why you find these things important. And so each of these has their own characteristics. And then we have the FTP or FTM, the Future Thoroughfare Map, which guides the location of future roads. And this is in partnership with the Future Development Map. So wherever we're trying to create this suburban environment or urban environment, we also have context zones for the roads. So you can have that level of walkability, of transit, and whatever the case may be. And so what we have are street context zones, and this is not how we typically do our roads currently, but this is the direction moving forward that we're going to consider how we're going to design these streets. And as you can see, there's more of a balanced approach. It's not all about the vehicles. It's emphasizing the people. It's emphasizing the business frontages. It's emphasizing the neighborhood characteristic. So we also have the Parks and Rec master plan, which would be considered a technical document, and it provides information on where we are in terms of our level of service, what we want to be in the future. The Parkland Service Gap Map demonstrates the areas that are in need of some sort of park service. And so that, again, provides guidance on where we might want to allocate funding. We also have the active transportation plan, which finally puts people who don't necessarily have, a vehicle to rely on in the forefront, and says we need to become a bikeable city, not just out of sheer sustainability, but also because we care about the people who live here and we want to do something for them. So there are some key findings there, key recommendations. And again, you will find this in the active transportation plan. Same with pedestrian focus areas, which focused on schools and transit spots, and said, if you improve walkability here, if you fill in the sidewalks here, and you do this first, you're going to have, again, the biggest return on your investment for your pedestrian network. So with that, I'm going to move on to the policy framework in Elevate. And that talks about the themes, the goals, the policies, and then there's several action types. So what would be a direct link to CIP and budget is really the investment action type. To a certain extent, the operations. And then any regulation study or procedure that actually would require some sort of change or shift in funding and allocations. So there is a implementation work program in Elevate that defines the short-term, midterm, long-term action items, as well as ongoing procedural and operational items. So that would be our long-term, kind of looking at 25 years out plan. Then we have our city strategic plan, which of course the city council then says we want to focus on these particular items out of this long range plan. And we want to prioritize them for the next 2 to 5 years. So the one, excuse me, missing piece there is the department strategic business plans, which each department has their own operational plan. And our job right now is really to tie that back to the city council strategic plan and create this full city strategic plan implementation program that relies on both the CIP and the budget to get funded. So with that, I'm sure some of you have seen this slide before, is just to demonstrate that there is such an overlap between the city strategic plan and our comprehensive plan, Elevate Las Cruces, that really our attempt right now is to just meet those actions with the department plans. So this is a glimpse of the city strategic plan implementation program. And we're going to have just a lot of goals and actions and policies. And each one of them is going to have associated timeframes and measures and desired outcomes. So my last slide is really to just kind of key in on the fact that we are going to be looking at new and improved facilities. How we fund them, where we fund them is entirely up to, of course, the current prioritization criteria and also the city council and the mayor. Operational budgeting, because 90% of what we do is maintaining our current level of service. But there is, this ability to adapt and be a little bit agile in terms of supporting the new investments. So if we're talking about a new park, we also need to think about the maintenance for that, the operational cost to that. So it's all associated and we have to look at it holistically. So I'll leave you with that and stand for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Thanks so much. Thank you, Donna, for that comprehensive overview, which is a lot. It's like being served at Thanksgiving or Christmas dinner and you have 10 minutes to eat it. So I have a zillion questions and as always, and so I'm sorry if that burdens people, but I need the answers. So insofar as growth and showing, and the big concern is always community environment, and that was set forth specifically. And we are surrounded by BLM land, we're surrounded by state land. And some of that land is being leased by developers. And yet they come to the city or I should say, John Moscato invited me to a meeting either last summer or the summer before, with the COVID summer, and all of it sort of meshes. But there was a development that was going to be, it was state land, and they had applied for a lease, and it was right behind, south of Oregon Mountain, in that area, in East Mesa. So it wasn't city land. But somehow they invited me to this meeting and I participated, or, sat through it. I mean, I didn't really participate. But apparently that lease wasn't extended by the Secretary of, I can't think, Stephanie. Yeah, the Land Commissioner, gracias. Land Commissioner Stephanie Garcia Richard. My question is this. And it's something that I brought up or had been brought up in our housing committee, housing policy committee. Is it possible for the city to lease land either from BLM and with all due respect to developers and all of that, I would like the city, is it possible for the city to lease some of those lands, because we're not really preserving our open spaces. We're not. And we talk about the community environment. And I'm not saying that we should in any way cripple development or developers. But frankly, I mean, I drive up like East Spring Street or Sonoma or Sonora Springs. And I mean, the houses now, I mean, there isn't much space where I live between two houses. And the space now is getting narrower. And frankly, I don't think equal would be able to walk between some of those houses, with all due respect, Mr. City Manager. But I look at that and I just think, dang, I mean, how do they get their trash cans? Anyway, all that being said, I have a deep concern for that East Mesa development, and it's crazy. And I brought this up at the meeting on Monday, where the roads to Red Hawk, for example, to the golf course aren't developed. And I was there one evening and I was praying because I had my headlights, my super headlights on. You couldn't see the road. There weren't any. So I would like to see the city, Mr. City Manager and fellow councilors and everyone in the room, I would really like to see the city really focus on our community environment and safety, and not let it go so rampant and just have these cookie box type homes and whatever, cookie cutter. So do you take that into account, Trajana, or does anybody in the city take into account that community environment has a lot to do with how it's being developed? And do you know anything specifically about the city leasing land? That apparently what I heard, and I haven't confirmed, is that when you have a lease up to 20 years, then you can buy the land. Stuff like that. Does the city ever look at BLM land or anything like that? And I have heard, again, and this is from reliable sources who keep abreast of this sort of stuff, that there have been attempts by local people like Stephen, what's his name, Pierce, who used to be a congressman or something, and his friend Randy McMillan want to buy BLM land, but haven't been able to because they want to develop where the Oregon Mountain Peak area is. So I know that's a lot, but I don't know where else to bring it up because it's really a concern. It's something I've discussed with city manager about, this Wild West type development. And thank you, Srijana, so much for your work and your dedication to our city. And thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, Councilor Flores. So we do have community development staff with us today, and I would probably defer that question to them in terms of just the lease specifically. However, the comprehensive plan does take that into consideration. So there are huge swaths of land specifically on the East Mesa that is called out as rural reserve and rural. So those place types that are identified are actually, there's policy in there that says if you want to develop, you develop in a certain way that you manage to preserve kind of the optimum amount of open space while meeting the needs, the housing needs and service needs of the community. So we already have development strategies proposed through Elevate Las Cruces that will guide that. Now, the development code update, which I'm sure you all are aware of, would be a huge implementation tool for those policies. And ultimately, any development proposal that comes through, regardless of whether it is state land, if it has private development and they want services from the city, as in like extending infrastructure, then as city council, mayor and city council, you have the final say in what goes. So with that, oh, okay.
No, but I have to say though, as far as you say policy, Shoshana, it's true. But you look at all of our PRCs, and this doesn't fall into any of them.
You have to speak into the mic.
Oh,
Counselor, can I try to address your?
no, let me
question?
just say,
Oh,
no,
I'm trying to.
you're the mayor, you're not the censor. Okay, so, seriously, with all due respect, Mr. Mayor and Shoshana, do we have, we don't have a policy review committee, do we? That addresses this sort of thing. What we do is we have meetings where we're presented with information that's already been formulated, and then we kind of rubber stamp it or we vote on it, but we don't have any say so in what preceded and brought that forward to us. So I don't know, maybe we need a PRC to specifically talk about, you know, future development of the city. I don't know, but that's what I'm addressing, because we're not taking care of that.
Counselor, if I could tell you, just, and I'll just tell you, just I'll talk in mayor council talk. So the state land commissioner, that's how they get revenue. They lease. So the federal government, the BLM, similar, same way. But years ago, I agree, it was very difficult to get BLM land. Things changed after a developer in 2006, 2007, he was able to get that. It all started when Senator Domenici said, you know what, we're gonna start selling off BLM land. He made a call back in the early 2000s. What I'm trying to say is, it's very difficult for, and the city has leased BLM land. We have to put it to good use and they have to approve that. So they're not gonna really approve us just sitting on land. Now we did one and we turned it into a park in your district. When I was a city councilor, right there off of the High Range, that nature park sort of, not the dam, but the one that's, in fact, you took us walking. There was some things that we had to get fixed. It's very difficult because just like how we get monies from transit, we don't get a whole lot of buses, but they get some funding for their own budgets, the state and the federal government. So that's why they don't want to just sit on it unless we're willing to pay money. Then, so if the council wants to do that, we can look in that area, but we would need to see what area you're talking about, how much it's going to cost, and then we can formulate a plan. That's what I wanted to tell you.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you, Tessa, I'm sorry.
That's fine. Thank you, Shoshana. Looking forward, as we have this wonderful plan, a lot of time, energy, and effort was put by the whole community to make this happen. As we go forward, I can see that there's updates happening on how we're accomplishing all those different action items and tasks. As we go through these types of processes, are we going to be, as council, kind of get updated as well on certain action items are taking more time, maybe it's not actually as feasible, and then if we have to relate that it's not, I guess, the root cause of why that's not happening. So is it because we need more funding? Is it because we need to adjust other action items? So I'm just curious about those types of things. And so even as we're in here, we can kind of piece everything together.
Yes, and Mr. Mayor, Councilor Abeta Stuvey. So actually the departments or programs who have lead assignment on those tasks or actions would be reporting out back to city management and to performance management office, kind of with the status. And so the past few years, we've had like quarterly reports, not necessarily on each task item, but just kind of on their highlights. Now we would be using this program sheet to kind of track individually these action items. So yes, when we receive that, my hope is to get it before city council, get it before city management on a regular basis. I couldn't tell you the exact time frame right now. We're still in the messy phase of getting that set up.
Thank you. Thank you. Is this on? I don't have to turn it on. There we go. I just wanted to speak to Councilor Flores' point, because I would argue that conversations about community development and environment happen in transportation, sustainability, and infrastructure PRC. And I think one of the biggest problems that I see in terms of where development is happening is that, frankly, it's probably more affordable for developers to develop in the outer skirts of the city than it is in the infill. And so as I think about 3 maps that Shoshana showed us, and where development should be happening, it's my understanding that it's not very affordable to develop in the infill in the places that we want to. And so that is one of the conversations I hope to tackle in TSI, but I do think that's a good PRC for these conversations, that we don't have to add another one. And then just to another point, is there like one person who is helping streamline the PRCs? Because I feel like, to me, that's really missing. And maybe that is Shoshana. Maybe it should be, I don't know. I vote for Shoshana, but I feel like it's important in order to streamline the way Elevate like Las Cruces should be implemented, and that we're all, I feel like it's repeating this because I think the PRCs have a lot of potential that hasn't necessarily been tapped. And maybe we're getting there and it takes time, but I think a person helping streamline them would be really helpful.
Thank you so much, Shoshana. Mayor, councilors, I would like to invite Matthew Sines up to start on our council priorities. He has a presentation for you. Just to give you a little bit while he's walking up here, right after the presentation, we're going to be serving lunch. And then during that, we have our breakout session, and that Barbara De Leon will be taking over at that time. So Matt, I'm going to let you bring yours up.
Right. Hello, everyone. Again, my name is Matthew Sines, Interim Chief Budget Officer for the record. And now, for the moment everyone's been waiting for, the 2023 Council priorities. So, is this clicker working yet? Oh, it's working. Great. So just a little background on our council priorities. Back in March 1st of 2021, the council adopted the Las Cruces strategic plan for FY2021 through 26. So this document serves as the city's policy for direction for the allocation of resources. And this document is also based on the vision and goals of Elevate, which is the comprehensive plan that Shoshana was speaking about. Also, back in November, we met with city councilors to determine what their current year priorities are and how they fit into the plan. I don't want to confuse you with the priority meetings for the legislative funding, but these are the council priorities that we're able to address in the short term. So just some objectives for today. What we're looking for is to provide council with some information to help you all make decisions. Also, we got together as a staff and we categorized these council priorities from the data and categorized them among the 6 strategic themes So we did some homework for you guys. And also what we're looking forward to today is to provide an opportunity for open discussion among staff and city council. I do want to point out that no decisions need to be made on specific projects for today. However, we are looking for some feedback to provide staff with the consensus for moving forward with the planning for and preparing for budget for fiscal year 23. So after lunch, we will have a breakout session. And I think Councilor Graham, this is what you're looking forward to the most, the Hunger Games, right? I don't remember. I don't remember what the one that happened, the series that came out during COVID. I think it was the Squid Games. Was that it? So it's not going to be that bad. At that point, you guys will get together and vote for this. Be able to vote on specific areas where you want to focus the funding on. So this is a look at our strategic themes. At the bottom of each theme, you'll notice that there's some acronyms. This will be important coming forward in a couple slides. So for our 6 themes, we have community prosperity, education and community service, environmental sustainability, capital improvement and infrastructure, communication, involvement and follow-up, and public safety. Now, we realized when categorizing these that some of the priorities might fall within a few of the different themes here. However, we did pick the best fit for those. So once we took a look at all the priorities, which were close to about 70 priorities from all the counselors. So we had a laundry list of items that kind of looked like my kids' wish list to Santa. So in order to make this a little bit more manageable, we created some categories in which they all apply to. And for the most part, they are self-explanatory. So we have business development, community service, equity and underserved populations, funding opportunities, health-related services, housing diversity, infrastructure improvements, parks, maintenance and upgrades, public safety, redevelopment, senior services, transportation, and youth programming. Again, it's the same situation as categorizing the themes. Some of these might fall within a few places, and we also picked the best fit for this to make it a little bit more manageable. Sorry, I'm having a hard time speaking with mask. So before we begin, I just want to take you through a little tutorial on our slide. As you can see at the bottom of our screen, we have our strategic theme. And the first column is the categories that I just spoke about with, for example, business development. And the next column is the strategic plan goal. I do want to mention that in your council packet, your folders, we do have this information provided for you with all the slides for the priorities, as well as the strategic plan, in case you would like to follow along. So for the first example on strategic plan goal, you'll see the first characters are CP5. So if you refer back to your strategic plan, let me go back a couple slides real quick. The CP, you'll see, stands for community prosperity. And if it was education and community services, it would be ECS, if that makes any sense. So the number 5 after the CP relates to the goal. So you can go down to your strategic plan and see that that's ELC. That also has a goal tied to Elevate, which is the CP3 entrepreneurship. So in our strategic plan, number 5 is entrepreneurship, to create a nurturing regulatory environment that generates entrepreneurship and small business investment. So we try to tie these together for you to make sure that we are following our plan. And the last column that we have here are for the projects that were requested from council. So without further ado, here are your council priorities. So the first category under community prosperity is business development, and that's addressing CP5, which is entrepreneurship, and CP6, ready workforce. The projects requested for this were small business development in order to provide budget to grow meaningful jobs, also a business incubator. Also listed on here was training for the cannabis industry. With the sales of marijuana beginning in April, the idea was to focus on key growth and provide experts in the field. Lastly, we have cannabis business zoning to provide support to those businesses. The next category is community services, which addresses CP12, neighborhood identity. We have community involvement to get the neighborhoods feeling more connected. Also, continuation of community events to promote community pride, shared identity, and to look to have 2 to 3 neighborhood events. The next category is equity, which addresses CP1, economic equity for salary analysis. This is already in the works. We recently had an increase of to $10.50 for minimum wage, and we went above that. So we do have some things in the works for that. And also guaranteed basic income was listed. Recently with the ARPA funding, we do have 1.7 million addressed to that. The next category is housing diversity, CP2, attainable housing, which includes projects for affordable and obtainable housing. Some of the counselors were specific to address seniors and disabled housing for them, and also possibly creating a housing department and also to increase staff for that department. So I think Natalie has been working on a few projects with the grants team, maybe 3 to 4 in the ballpark of $8 to $12 million with maybe a 5% match on some of those. The next category is infrastructure improvements for strategic plan goal, which is CII 11, context sensitivity street design, CII 12, system efficiency, CII 15, transportation safety, and CII 16, increased pavement condition index. Some of the concerns were for drainage improvements, the downtown shade structure. I think there's a possible reauthorization from the downtown parking garage. At this point, it's just not very clear whether the senators will support that effort. Also, we had a request for the Mesquite Historic District and some wayfinding fees on that. Also want to mention that we did have some ARPA funding of 2.2 million and 1.1 million of legislative funding for some storm drains. So parks and maintenance upgrades. These items address the strategic goal for CP12, neighborhood identity, CP14, recreation opportunities. One of the main concerns was for the parks and trails maintenance and operations. I really enjoy the trails out there. They're very beautiful and good for your health, right? Also, we had some concerns for Ranger Park. So we know this pool's coming offline in the near future. So there are some safety and aesthetic concerns for that. Also, Tony Gomez Park, looking for some park improvements there. The Mia Mora Dam, the Pioneer Women's Park improvements, Gallagher Park improvements, Burn Lake Park improvements. And I do want to mention that there are several legislative funding opportunities, and we have received some of these and even taken some to council recently, especially for the Via Mora Dam, Burns Lake, and Pioneer Park, just to point that out. So our next category is for redevelopment to address strategic plan goal CP13, complete neighborhoods, and CP8, prioritized development. Of course, this is for the El Paseo corridor, the Solano MRA, which is the Metropolitan Redevelopment Area. I think, is that correct, David? All right, thank you. And also the West Picacho MRA. So some of the comments were to incentivize the area for infill development, create a tiered impact fee. And they also want to pull business owners and constituents in for some input on that. Also to provide a welcoming space, address blighted areas, and this is my favorite, a specific area that was addressed to do something about the Skeletor building. I don't know who said that. It's the building, that the unfinished building that resides across from Visit Las Cruces.
Skeletor should be specifically named in here.
I was a He-Man. I watched He-Man, so it was fun. Also to provide commercial and green space. Also, a specific area mentioned was for the Idaho Avenida de Mesilla to incorporate that into the El Paseo corridor. So our last category under community prosperity is for transportation to address CP17, the economic outcome. And we are looking for free public transit on that. Currently, I think we have 2.5 million in federal funding. Also with the same match, we actually match over that for total operating funds of maybe 6 million. That's what transit runs. Something to that effect. So moving on to the next strategic theme is education and community services. The first category is community services to address strategic plan goal, ECS1, community health, and ECS2, mental health and physical health. We have the Animal Service Center looking to provide the community education and possibly free or low-cost spay and neuter. Also, we're looking at the TNR to budget for the trap, neuter, and return. Lastly, to increase contributions to community schools. Next category under education and community services is parks, maintenance, and upgrades. These address strategic plans, ECS1, community health, and ECS2, mental health and physical health. We're looking to clean up low-income communities. And also, there were some concerns with the East Mesa complex increasing in capacity. So they're looking for additional FTEs to manage and maintain those areas. Next, we have senior services to address strategic goal ECS1, community health. And this is, they're looking to plan for an aging population and also to address nutritional needs. I know recently we took to council a request for proposal for the NMAAA, which I think senior services was applying for over 2.5 million with maybe a 25% match on that. And next we have youth programs to address strategic goal ECS1, community health, and ECS2, mental and physical health. They're looking to spread out some of the youth services that are currently centralized, and they would like to scale those out to impoverished areas. Also, the JCP program and Weed and Seed program, I believe those are state funded, and also to provide free after school programming. Next, we have the Sammy Burke Youth Boxing Center, the Police Athletic League, and also to address education, alienation, and bullying. Try to find funding for those. All right. So the next strategic theme is environmental sustainability. The category is business development. We're addressing strategic theme, goal ECS4 for energy efficiency, for solar development, and statewide funding to assist low and moderate income households for residential solar projects. I believe we have currently 2 grants. I'll have to give you more information on the amount, but those were for the installation of solar. Next, we have infrastructure, which addresses EC3 infrastructure systems to address the septic system in the Hacienda Acres area, also for sewer connections. And we currently have about 2 million of legislative funding for those projects at this time. Next Strategic theme is capital improvement infrastructure, addressing strategic plan goal, CII 1, strategic street design, and CII 2, system efficiency, CII 5, transportation safety, and CII 6, increased pavement condition. The projects requested for this were the active transportation plan implementation to address pedestrian hotspots around Walton and Loman. That's near the Walmart and McDonald's on Loman. To build a bridge on Elks and Main. We know that can get backed up sometimes. And to build out underpasses for Engler and Madrid. Also to address the Loman and Roadrunner medians. I do want to mention that we have some funding for that in the amount of $468,000. I believe it's legislative funding. Also for some Hawk systems through our city. I think one of the specific areas was for the Picacho area. I think we have about 200,000 from NMDOT on that. I'm not sure if that's a done deal at this time. Tony can chime in if you like after we're good. Okay. Thanks, Tim. And also for the pavement condition index, looking for more funding. We have about 200,000 for streets at this time. We're also looking to complete the Metro Verde streets to complete it to Engler. And also unpaved roads. I think they were specifically named for the East Mesa. There were several streets up in that area. Yes, Mayor.
So, thank you. Sorry for interrupting, but what I wanted to say is on that particular transportation, as I mentioned to Councilor Flores, I just got back from Washington. I had a chance to hear from a friend of mine, the one who's in charge of the bipartisan infrastructure law. So I'm right now working on task force, and I'm going to be presenting to council. But he said, if we focus on these four things, there's a lot of money available: transportation, water, high-speed internet, and sustainability. So what I'm gonna suggest is we still put those goals in our budget, but with a little height in there, that if we get money from the BIL, then that frees up money for other projects. So that's all I wanted to
Can
say.
you say that again?
Yeah, again, the rich.
The four things:
Yes.
transportation, water, high-speed internet, sustainability. Now the water, we're fortunate we don't have this problem. Back east, a lot of cities have lead in the water, and the president wants to get that out. So those four things are going to be huge. And he said, just make sure you have ready to go plans. He said, and be very specific. And because it's going to be like a race. As soon as they open up the floodgates, whoever can put in those plans probably is going to stand to get a lot more money. Thanks, Mike.
How does that, how
You have
does
to
the
speak into the
high-speed-
mic.
I'm sorry, Barbara. And thank you. And thank you, Mr. Mayor. So how does high-speed internet fit in with our statewide need for broadband and the governor and Howie, the mayor, Howard? Huh? No. How does that work with the state? And I don't know how far the governor's gone or the lieutenant governor, because Howie has stated that, yes, that's a big priority, especially because of Martinez Yazzie and not being yada yada. But how does that work and how do we coordinate all of that?
That's a good question. I asked Marty that. I texted him when I was hearing this from Mitch. And I said, because I was thinking I was putting this task force, I thought we would reach out to the county. And the word I'm getting is it's every entity for themselves.
Whoa.
So I'm thinking, okay, then I'm not gonna worry about the state. It's just all in the city. So we can move forward on it. That's why I want us to fast track it, because I think we can stand, we organize it and we have a good detailed plan. I think we'll be okay.
Thank you, Mary. I just want to say that Councilor Baker and I sit on a county-wide task force that's been working on the broadband issue for some time. They've had assessments and there's also Lori Martinez who's engaged in the partnership that's been very active and involved, include Senator Hamlin. So there's already a group that's working and has all this time together. People, you've given us a lot of resource to this group. And so it would probably behoove us to get that plan together and make sure that we're all familiar and aware so that you can share with your people.
And how soon do you need this?
I'm kind of coordinating with Marty. I think our state portion is like 3 billion. But I will, and if you already have a plan with the county and with them, I don't have a problem, but it's up to the rest of the colleagues to, maybe tell them, hey, this is, we're gonna suggest that Doña Ana County have their plan, to have that included. But the way I'm getting it is, Marty was mayor of Albuquerque, and what I'm reading from him is, hey, I mean, I know we like to work together, but on this one here, it's whoever submits their plans. So I don't want us to drag, because there's no way the county knows this right now, unless watching, which is fine. But nonetheless, what I'm trying to say is, first and foremost, we represent the city. And that's what it takes to get city proper with high-speed internet. Good. And then also now, especially for you and Councilor Coran, District 5, for some of those roads that really need that flood infrastructure, let's do it. That's why we need the fast track.
Well, those are areas that we've been bringing up independently to different departments or whatever. So do they have a plan in terms that can be implemented? And I hope so, Mr. Haley. But the other question I have is transportation. Does that include our airport by any chance? I mean, this is federal money. I know that Andy Hume relies a lot on the FAA grants, and I don't know if those are mutually exclusive. And I know that we do need a lot of work on the airport. So if we could get transportation money for the airport, that would be even better. We'd move everything beautifully along. So do you have an answer for that?
Council, what I'm getting from federal government is when they say transportation, they're talking about roads and bridges.
Oh.
Because the FFA is funded a different way.
Yeah.
The president he knows that a lot of bridges around the country are crumbling, literally. And he doesn't want to have what happened on I-10 in, I forgot what state it was, but they had to block traffic to go around it because it's unsafe to pass. Our infrastructure is crumbling, and that's why he did this. That's why he called the bipartisan, because he was able to get everyone to support. And so getting back to what you're talking about, the task force that I'm going to suggest to you and our colleagues includes public works, of course, utilities, sustainability. I mean, these are the 4 areas. Why not have the directors or those in charge of that part of it in the task force?
Yeah, I've already been hammering.
Sorry about that.
I mean, Mayor and Council, I appreciate you bringing this up, Mayor. One thing that's going to be really helpful with this is our lobbyists. So we disengage about wrapping up our federal lobbyists. I don't know if you recall years ago when it reminds me of the time when we had Tiger and Arrow funds that came, and it was really kind of the same thing. It was a race. And so that's why we've been getting this, working on getting this federal lobbyists that they can help us navigate through this. That's one thing. The other question about plans in place, we have plans, we have projects. They can easily be funded right now. I think not just our comprehensive plan, but we have, many of you are more familiar with these plans than I am, but there's no shortage of need and actually projects that we can be ready to roll with this. But we're really encouraged by the opportunity to have a federal lobbyist. I think that's going to help us navigate the federal race that's going to happen. I've had experience with the federal lobbyists years ago, and we recently went away from that because earmarks went away. And it looks like they're coming back, so, we're prepared, we'll be prepared.
Ifo, thank you for that. You just maybe realize a couple things I left off. It is 3.7 billion for New Mexico. The entire rest of the name has been changed to RAISE, R-A-I-S-E. I forgot what it stands for, but it's basically the old Tiger grants. They said also focus on electric vehicle chargers. They said they love that. They also said to include Congress and your senator, even though they maybe, some of them may not have supported it, they may have voted no. This is what he said. They may have voted no, but they want the dough. So make sure to include them.
I like that.
And now that it's passed, they can take that back to their districts.
Okay, thank you very much, Mayor.
Thanks.
No, thank you. So next strategic theme is public safety. We have health-related services, addressing strategic plan goal PS4 for council. This is actually a council goal, not a strategic plan. So they're looking for projects for the healthplex, possibly in a fire station, also to mitigate crime and poverty. Also for the mobile crisis program, additional support on that, additional social workers, and overall to address mental health issues. This is our last category. These didn't fit into any of the strategic plans for the goals. So we listed them as other. We have funding opportunities where we're speaking about right now, extending grant funding. We will need some match money to go after some of those infrastructure bills if we decide that's what the direction we're going. And last, we have infrastructure improvements as other for the convention center, some repairs and maintenance that are still ongoing on that. We can take a walk through and maybe take note. And so I want to close this presentation. So I just want to close this presentation to take a look at the overall and give you a visual of what the strategic plan projects look like and how you requested those. As we can see, community prosperity is 48%. That is the largest portion of the strategic plan. So that's to be expected. And also education and community service, 20%, environmental sustainability, 6%, infrastructure improvements, 14%, other at 6%, and public 6% on that. So with that, we want to thank you, and we'll just go ahead and open it up for discussion.
No more discussion?
Yeah, that's the real Hunger Games.
Thanks, Barbara. Thanks, Matt. So everything that you just went over are things that council at your meetings, right? And then you just attach them to themes and such, right? Am I clarifying? Yes? Okay, I asked for a formation of a health department and I didn't see that there. And I didn't know if it was in the public safety with the health conference, but I'm talking very specific about a health department within the city, not within fire station, but if you felt that was where it needed to be, I just want to make sure that that's clarified.
And Mayor Pro Tem Gonda, thank you so much for the clarification. Yes, you are correct. So we had the individual meetings with each counselor. They brought forward priorities in terms of projects and initiatives. We documented them, and certainly if there needs to be clarification for what we have here, we appreciate that. So just to make note then with respect to this particular item, it's not the health complex in the fire station, it's the health department within the city that was brought forward by Mayor Pro Tem. So thank you. Yes, this is your first opportunity to see all the priorities that were brought forward by your fellow counselors, so that you can see where they align with the strategic plan or if they're outside of that. And we only really had a couple that we couldn't make a direct alignment with the strategic plan. So we were really pleased to see how, as Matt said, the 70+ items that were brought forward are still helping us to implement our strategic plan and comprehensive plan. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Matt. So what we'll do is, as we close the morning session, just keep in mind these priorities. We're going to come back to them at 1 o'clock. And as the mayor said, we're going to bring out the dot exercise. At that point, what we'll be able to do is we're going to have large form posters of these slides that Matt had for you, listing the strategic plan theme and all the priorities that you brought forward. We're going to give you a certain amount of dots that you can put on different priorities or themes. You can put multiple dots on one if you like, and then we're going to summarize and discuss where we feel is the trends or directions coming from the government. So with that, we'll go ahead and close the morning session. We have lunch that will be served at noon outside in the, it'll be set up in this area right outside of this room, and then you'll be able to eat it here or any of the public areas. So thank you all very much.
Somebody took is Larry Horan. He's calling in at 3, but we'll just make sure we get him at 3. So he's thinking of a 30-minute lunch because we're at 11:47, but I don't know if lunch is out there yet. I have to look.
So even if he comes in, we'll just come back at 12:30.
Okay. So Mayor Pro Tem and councilors, we're going to go check and see if lunch is ready. I was just talking to EFO and he mentioned that maybe we try to come back at 12:30 instead of starting at 1. We do need to give time for the staff here at the convention center to bring in the boards for us and everything. Just to let you know, on lunch, you're welcome to eat lunch in here. There's also some small tables outside if you do want to spread out for. There's also, you can eat outside if you'd like as well, they stated. So we're going to check on lunch and try to, Annette, let me see if she gives me she gave me a thumbs up, but I'm not quite sure what that thumbs up meant. 5 minutes? Okay. If you'll give us 5 minutes and then we'll have lunch, it's going to be out in the hallway. And I think you can go down both sides of the tables. So everyone in here is welcome to stay for lunch, but we'll try to reconvene back about 12:30. So thank you, everyone.
When he was I have to say, yes. I mean, I'm always. No, I know. And not like, yeah. I told her. No, I'm not. Yeah. Oh, those are mine. These are mine. The things as a whole, or, yeah, or like, after this, then I'm gonna. So I will be gone, that's these, and that's here, but I don't think it's here. No. Yeah, so you know, like, I don't This is for me, this is. Yeah, that's how I am
I think my color is irritating my chin. It's like it's probably like really red here.
Especially because I bet it's more next year. Sun. Yeah. So then.
Washington State, Washington State.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I just muted my.
So if that's the case,
Our plan is very heavily weighted towards this theme, so it's no surprise, but almost half of your votes today are in community prosperity. So with 32 total, so thank you for the summary so much, Frank. Okay, I'm gonna go over the next theme, which is education and community services. Education and community services received 16 dots, and the big winner here looks to be youth programs. With 8 dots there. We've got the dispersing youth services to impoverished areas, the after-school programming, a Santa Barbara Youth Boxing Center, and addressing education alienation and bullying. So half of the votes for education and community services are directed to youth programming. And then second place is community services, and this is really directed towards animal services. The low-cost spay and neuter, community education, trap, neuter, and release received 6 votes here. And then Mayor Pro Tem, we did not forget about senior services. There were 2 votes here for senior services. So in education and community services, again, overall 16 votes, with most of them going to youth programming. All right, thanks. So now, Eric, I'm going to ask you to take a look at the capital improvement and infrastructure.
All right, good afternoon. Thank you, Barbara. And yeah, very fun exercise, very fun exercise. And so capital improvement and infrastructure had a total of 12 dots. The one that had the most up here is 4, the pavement condition index, the PCI, more funding. Then we had with 2 dots, we had the underpass at Angler and Madrid, and then we had the unpaved roads with 2 dots as well. Other ones were the active transportation plan, bridge on Elm, and Metro Verde, the completion of Angler Road. So that's what we had for capital improvement and infrastructure.
All right, so next theme, you can go on to public safety, please, Eric.
Yes, public safety, my favorite category. Okay, did I say that out loud? Yeah, so we had a total of 8 dots, and the number one that received 5 was the health complex. And then we have the mobile crisis program support with 2 dots, and mental health issues as well receiving a dot. So a total of 8 under public safety.
Great, and then I think, let's see, that environmental sustainability, please.
We had a total of 2 dots in environmental sustainability, state funding to assist low and moderate income household for residential solar. So with the 2 there.
All right. Oops, forgot my microphone. Thank you. All right, thank you so much. So again, it looks like from a percentage of breakout, we've got 45% of our votes in community prosperity, 23% in education and community services. Next up, I believe we have 17% in our public safety category, 3% in our environmental sustainability. Right there on all of this. So what I'd like to do at this point is to give you all the opportunity. You brought forth these priorities to us, but if you would like to speak to any particular priorities to the rest of your colleagues, I'd like to give you that opportunity. So we'll start with Councilor Reyes, and then next we'll go to Councilor Grant.
Thank you all for this, and thank you for the exercise. I know I'm usually not the first one to jump at the microphone. But I thought I would speak a little to some of the items that I picked that are district specific. I think many of my dots really fell in line with larger projects, that housing, health complex, all those things that are like systems, but that seems to fall in line. But one area that I want to point out for consideration is that along the park improvements for Tony Gomez and even Fender Pool. And over the last year, we've seen a few different options for parks from the council, none of which have been chosen for District 2. We live, my area is one that has a lot of aging infrastructure. A lot of the parks that were made are very much designed to be pooling areas, pondage. And so there are limited opportunities there for any sort of improvements in the pool or for new parks to be built. We have, locked areas, so those parks are already there. Especially at Tony Gomez, the park itself, there's some low-level improvements that need to happen, and stuff. But
I think only if you're, like, the only time I put anything is if you're gonna do something with the city.
Oh, yeah.
No, like if you volunteer to be a coach in the city baseball league,
okay,
like those things, I think you have to, but.
Sorry about that.
yes. Okay, so the playground equipment needs to be replaced, and there's some other areas. This park is also located right next to an apartment complex, and I hosted one of my first community meetings in person. One of the great things that we saw residents walk over from those apartment complexes and straight over to engage. And I had people saying that they hadn't seen the city there in 25 years. And they were so happy to see all the different programming, to be able to have that park. There's some mobile homes right next to it as well. All those individuals during the pandemic, they had that park as their place where they could go to exercise, relax, walk their dogs. It's heavily used. And so as we think about different parks to improve, please, I would say, look at your different council districts, see where you've had improvements before, and please recognize that in District 2, we haven't had any changes. And I'm not sure that there are any other recommendations for any District 2 parks to be updated. Sonia, you would probably know the schedule better than that, but I haven't seen anything come my way. So that's why I'm really, really passionate about making sure that we get Tony Gomez updated and usable, because this is a vital resource for a lot of people that are in an area that is very necessary. It's honestly not, it's an area that needs this type of improvement. So thanks.
Thank you. And right along those same lines, talking about a district-specific project, I want to talk to you a little bit about the Sandy Burke Youth Boxing Center / Police Athletic League boxing gym. This is a facility that until I believe about 2011 did receive some city funding each year, but has not had any financial support since. And it has continued to thrive because of the dedication of the volunteers who are so invested in this program. So fun fact, I think most of you in here already know, but if you didn't, I bought out of the Sandy Burke Youth Boxing Gym. Yeah, I am not the target audience, obviously. I was a 30-something PhD candidate who was looking for something just categorically opposed to my everyday academic, sitting down, being quiet life. And that's where I ended up, fought for a couple of years and stayed on as a volunteer and coach. And as I think everyone here has pointed out so eloquently, a lot of these programs cross a lot of these categories. And yes, we're looking at the boxing center, boxing gym under education and community services, because at its heart, it's an at-risk youth program. The majority of kids who are coming there to work out, to train, sometimes to fight, are from District 3 or just a little spillover into the Mesquite Historic District in District 4. A lot of the kids walk. And, yeah, so sorry, we're right there. A lot of them walk and bike to the boxing gym, so it's this incredible resource that they can access on their own. It's also a great after-school and childcare program. I know that's not its intention, but for a lot of folks who don't get out of work until 5, 6 o'clock or after, it's a great place for them to be. And I also bring it up as most of the volunteers are from the fire department. We're hoping to get police involved again. Chief Dominguez has seemed very receptive to that. 2 of the current Las Cruces firefighters came out of the boxing gym, my husband and Gary Sanchez. It's a recruitment tool, and I think it's a great way to try to build some more community policing routes in our city, and maybe look at it as recruitment for the police department as well. And I'm only half kidding on this last point. Boxing is a great solution for bullying. So we got bullying under there. And I'm half teasing, but there is a confidence that comes from learning, from any kind of physical activity, but from learning to defend yourself. And as a longtime volunteer, I have seen firsthand what this program does for at-risk kids. And last point, I promise, we also have several professional fighters who have come out of it. Austin Trout, Jennifer Hahn trained there, Ayana Vasquez Arono trained there, Amy Salinas started there, and Jocelyn Munoz started there as well. Yeah, really incredible base for building women fighters, present company included. So, thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Yes, next, Counselor McCollum, thank you.
Dang lady, those were really good pitches. So I want to talk about 2 specific things because obviously I'm not going to touch on some of the more obvious ones. I didn't place any dots in public safety, even though that's a huge priority for me. And I think I didn't because if you look at all the categories, they're very specific, except that one, with the exception of maybe one of those, the health center. But that's because I think that we often look at public safety through really narrow eyes, and I think a bunch of these other things are solutions and ways to navigate crime and poverty. And one of the ones I really want to talk about is the redevelopment one for El Paseo, South Solano, and West Pacho. These are incredibly blighted areas in the city that I think even the conversation we had at Monday's work session can really get at some of those issues that our community is struggling with, right? And we have not invested in those areas in a really long time. And you can see, it shows, it very clearly shows when you drive down West Pacho, there are empty building after empty building after empty building. And now we're talking about that on El Paseo, but the reality is that West Pacho has been experiencing that blight for such a long time. And so that's why I put my dot in the middle area, because all those 3 projects to me are incredibly important, and we need to make sure that staff, believe these are the priority. We need to make sure that development in these infill areas is affordable and there's incentives for people to want to develop on them, from entrepreneurship to affordable housing. And that's why I think that redevelopment ties into so many pieces. And then the last one, I'll also do a pitch for Lake, which I don't even see as a District 4 park, I see as a very regional park. And one that people hold very dearly in their hearts. I've talked about this before, but we've just invested so much money at Burn Lake to the go bond with dog parks and the trail system that I think if we stop now, I think that's a disservice to our community. And so I think for me, that's why Burn Lake, I'm here for 2 more years. Who knows after that, but that's going to be one of my biggest priorities, is to ensure that, Burn Lake gets a lot of it more TLC.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Conan.
Thank you so much. And those are really amazing pitches. So I'm going to make a pitch really quickly for one thing. I'm really on board with thinking about affordable housing, and I've been mentioning that. So I think in my district, it's sort of single family home development, and I think we really need to think more collaboratively about that, but I am gonna make a pitch for two things that are really important to my district to get there. They somewhat coincide, and I think it's not just my district, but it's really a citywide traffic control issue, and that is the overpass at Elks and finishing the Madrid pass through, because while I understand that we don't want more people driving and we want fewer cars on the road, at the moment, those two things are really put a lot of pressure on one particular road, especially for people who are commuting to and from south, and I think it would just relieve some of the tension that other thoroughfares do. But that's really not interesting, nor cool, nor compellingly helping out kids. The other thing, it doesn't help out kids either. But I'm just gonna ask, I think, just being true to my experience, kind of more of you, I really I'm gonna ask us to throw a bone or an anchovy to traffic. I know, it's like, it's been really difficult for us, but I think it's a small victory that I think we can really, again, it's not kids, it's not seniors, it's not roads, it is cats. But I think in our community spirit, and thinking about the ways that we can make a big difference with a small budget, I would really like to give it for that and to do that way.
Thank you, Counselor. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah. For seniors, don't forget about our older people. We have such an aging population, and don't think you're right behind me. Right behind me, and more so Mayor. No, you know, and Counselor. Yeah, I've been super concerned about our aging population. When we look at the developmental milestones, I think we should be taking care of our seniors. It's one of the most important things. They've given so much to our community, and I've been sort of on my soapbox about the assessment phase. Like we have some wonderful senior centers that are doing so many things from A to Z with our seniors. But I often talk to senior services and say, are we prepared for our aging population? When you hear stats like 50-something% is going to be more aging than our other population, I start to get very concerned, from housing to food insecurity, and just all those, the importance of complete streets and keeping our seniors in their place of, that they're comfortable with. It helps with dementia and all sorts of things. So I know we only got 2 dots, and it was probably the oldest people in the council. But that's what I said, the oldest, the second oldest. So again, I feel that we really need to look at that, and probably Chief Smith has talked a lot about the number of calls that they get, which is mostly elderly women. And I've often said this when I ran the first and second time and did a lot of canvassing. Oh my goodness, 90-year-olds, 100-year-olds in my district, and they're isolated with no other recourse. And I just think that we're missing an opportunity to really care for our seniors. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilor Flores?
I'm silent, I can't really know.
Okay.
Are you serious? Are you serious? Actually, I agree with everything my colleagues have said. I don't think that there's any issue that has been raised that's more important than another. And I know that I too, as Becky Foran, did put a dot by, what was it? Well, anyway, I did put a dot on a lot of things that are very housing. Attainable housing is very, very important to me. But given that we've only given 10 little dots and there's a zillion things out here, I feel that, they say that our community is reflected by the way we treat our seniors, our children, and our animals. And everybody in between has a duty to do something to make life better for everybody else. So I'm really committed to that. But I, as Becky Corin did, I had to go to my district-specific areas because, and we have to look, all of us, each one of us, each councilor and mayor, we have to look collectively at the entire city because we're joined at the hip. I mean, we're one city, so, but I think that there's a perception that District 6 and District 5, especially District 6, is kind of like, oh, everybody's wealthy and everybody's yada yada. Well, I'm not. I, for one, am not one of those wealthy ones. And there's a lot of us there who aren't, but that's not the point. The point is that, and this is something, I'm using this as a soapbox, the Loman and Roadrunner medians, and this is my understanding as to why we got screwed over, is because we had agreements as a city, and I think it was before any of us here was born, or we all were born, but I wasn't part of the city yet. I think that back in the day, maybe 20, 30 years ago, there were agreements with, I know there was this one guy who already died, his last name was anyway, there were agreements with developers that if there's some kind of agreement about the medians and how they would do the medians, and you'll see that some parts of the city that are relatively recently developed have they've been what's it called, landscaping. They've been landscaped, but some haven't, and so Hopeful, I think that he was, and apparently he was said that he would do it or something, but then he died or he went broke or some reason. And then he deeded it to the city, and then the city got stuck with medians on Loman and Roadrunners that haven't been touched. And that's a story out there. And I'm just, I ain't went to gossip, so you've been here for me. I'm just conveying to you what this. I said I'm not one to gossip. But I will pass on information that is credible. There's no other explanation. But the mayor knows. So the mayor can say why, but let me just finish my soapbox here. So I'm taking this opportunity to please beg the city to not ever enter into those kinds of agreements where the city bought him back, or in lieu of money or something that Popal owed to the city. He deeded those medians back or something. No? Then why are we stuck with it?
So first off, it was Philippine.
Oh, Philippine.
And so before
Wrong information. It started with a P.
Before 2007, the city had a plan, if I'm wrong, Dave, where developer, if their development encompassed the median, they had to do 50% of it. So I actually saw once where Philip actually did a median 50%. Can you imagine? Half the landscape, the other dirt. It wasn't until 2008, and some of our Sherry joined us, Gil joined us, 2009, 2010. Then we got an ordinance passed that developers had to pay for the median. Before that, they didn't have the landscape. So that's the rest of the story.
Yeah. So what happened, and I know where I heard the stories. I heard the stories when I was on the HOA for my, whatever, because, there's like a zillion Sonoma Ranch, east and west and south and whatever. So it was when I was on the board of the HOA, and Arlen Parrish was on that board, and some of you in development know who he is. And at any rate, yes, and our HOA actually paid for the other half on Sonoma Ranch Boulevard, north of Golf Club Road. And then we paid for everything on Golf Club Road, from Roadrunner to, so that's where our HOA funds go to pay for that, which I think also is not quite right, but okay. So I want to just bring attention to that insofar as how things are done in our community development department or the city or wherever. And again, however, wherever wherever. But I feel very very strongly about just about everything that's there. And I think that I feel very strongly about the ASCMD. And also I did have the addressing education and elimination of bullying, whatever, alienation and bullying. My younger son was bullied horribly in high school and came and attempted suicide and came within 2 hours of dying. So anything that has to do with youth is very important. But that bullying, there are children who are suffering today, and we really have to look out for that. And I feel a strong commitment also to giving more to our LCPS and to our Las Cruces community schools and everything we can do regarding children. There aren't enough little stickers to cover it all. And I think that I'm on the same page with, and I'm sure my colleagues feel the same way, that there isn't anything up there that isn't important. And I want to thank all of you, staff, for all the work you do.
Right. Thank you so much, Councilor Flores. Any other comments with respect to your priorities? I would like to give an opportunity, since you've raised your priorities with this group, parks, youth programming, infrastructure, et cetera. I'd like to give the opportunity to staff as well, if they would like to comment on any of the discussion today or add any insight to the pitches that were made by the counselors. So any staff members?
I guess I'll go first. Sonia Delgado, Director of Parks and Recreation. Good afternoon. This exercise has been very interesting after this whole day, so I really appreciate that I was able to sit in and listen. With regards to parks, many of those items are on there actually just not started in the last 6 months. There are a lot of master plans. We have a lot of master plans going on for Gomez and Franklin Park. We're working with the Women Pioneer Group. I mean, we're working with every single one. So I was really happy about that. With the after-school programs, we just started a pilot to open them up all free, and it started this semester. We are limited at the school sites because they're trying to keep the distance and the group small, but in every facility, we are maxed out at their number. And that can be anywhere between 25 and 35, depending on what area of the school we're in. So that's been going very, very well. We are also expanding the JCP program. We go into the South to offer that program, and we had to turn it back into virtual because they have a transportation issue. And once we did that, those classes filled up. So we've been working really, really hard with the JCP group to make sure we have kids in our classes. So we're booked all the way through February, and we're moving into halfway through March. So that's a good thing. I mean, it's a good thing since we keep that program busy, but it's a not so good thing because we don't want those classes full all the time. So we have a lot of work to do, but I'm glad to see that we're pretty much on the same page. So I'm really excited about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else, any other staff members want to comment on the discussion or add any information? Jason, Councilor Abetas Judy wanted to have a comment as well.
Thank you. I'm filled with comments today. I just want to say thank you, Sonia, for your work, especially with the free program. I think we all know childcare in itself is one of the largest costs beyond, I think, with a mortgage, and sometimes even that is just as high.
Yeah.
And especially with COVID going on where to place children, and we've seen kind of the consequences if kids are left unattended and they don't have places to go, what they then can make their own ideas and stuff like that. And sometimes that can lead to other paths, which is where the JCP program comes in helpful. But I think it just shows how much it's needed to have these places, these safe spots for parents to be able to send their children for children to get really, it's, I mean, it's great programming in itself. They're getting mentorship, they're getting friendship, they're able to help with schoolwork and stuff like that. So it's really, really important. And it helps us later on when we talk about public safety, when we talk about community prosperity. So these types of programs are just fundamentally important, I think, to our city and for its growth. And so I really just want to thank you for looking into that. We'll see my yellow dot on that, and because I think if we offered free programming, you would always be, you'd always have one, no matter what that capacity is, because it is one of the greatest needs. And when we talk about income based, if a parent doesn't have to pay for childcare, that opens up so much other money for other resources and other items. So thank you so much.
Chief Smith.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Sorry for missing a lot of that exercise. Over personnel issues. But I wanted to cover some of the things that we're doing and working on for this budget preparation period. Just so you can know that there's other departments that are also seeing some of these priorities. And typically they're kind of a little bit out of our wheelhouse, but we're finding ways that we can still add value to everything that Evo is doing with his team and city council's direction. So the first thing I'd like to talk about is the Loma Heights Elementary School. So we reached out to them just a couple of weeks ago, the Italian chiefs and I, about getting back into their school and finding a way to just have a presence there for those kiddos. So we're going to be working on a couple times a week, having one of our crews from Fire Station 1 meet there, sometimes just lunch, other times working with some of their, I think they call it their safety patrol, kids that maybe are having a little bit more difficulties, but they give them kind of a sense of purpose and who they belong to. So we're going to be working with them. We're working with the assistant principal there, a woman who actually was one of my neighbors for about 10 years. So it's kind of nice to be working with somebody like that. We're also bringing the summer program to our budget. And this is for middle schools. We're going to gear it towards probably like CRR because it does serve that area with focus on neighborhood approach to. And this will be bringing kids in for a week or two and showing them skills of firefighting, EMS, leadership, and teamwork. My PTs turn out teamwork and training. So that's the focus of that. We're also looking at our ACE program, so schools, and our goal is to bring on 4 ACE students per year and train them in firefighting. We actually had a number of our firefighters who went through this program under Fiscal, and we're continuing that. That's something that Eric worked with LCPS and bought us a couple of years back when we had 3 students. So we're going to be continuing that. My big question on this is the health complex and fire station. So that's where I have a question.
And actually, Mayor Pro Tem clarified that, and when she brought that forward in input, that was actually a health department of the city, not in the fire.
I want to make sure
That was a mistake.
Let me never mind but my thought with the station 3 and ARPA funding with the design and plan for the crisis intervention team. So my meeting to that is really a thank you to this council and city management staff for helping us investigate and look into how we can start staffing the crisis intervention team and giving us the funding so that we can start making that reality. So thank you.
I'm just talking, thanks for that clarification, Chief and Mayor Pro Tem. I was just talking with EPO that we could also look at firing the old armory. And then we go old armory on Brown Road.
Oh, yes.
That would be a nice piece of property to have, and then we could use some of the health facility, or if we had 1 or 2 people there, and then also could, of course, act and be used for emergencies and training, all those other things. I'm gonna duck out for a little bit. I'll be back. Someone will be my stuff here, so I just wanted to say that. Thank you very much.
Just make your water. All right, Tony, thank you, Mayor. Tony Carino.
Before I go in, I think Mayor Pro
Sorry
Tem had a
about that.
question.
Mayor Pro Tem.
If you don't mind telling me, it's around the health complex / department.
you know, when I talk to people about sort of social issues like homelessness, mental health, a lot of times I find, and gratefully to fire for stepping up, but I find, with all due respect, we don't have the expertise in the house specifically to address these things. So when I think about a health department, I think about, you know, a department that consists of social workers and case managers that can help not only internal staff, because they're, make no mistake, each of your staff members are addressing all sorts of things like homelessness and mental health and suicidal ideation along that developmental, you know, that developmental spectrum, if you will. And I know, if you remember, years ago, we contracted with New Mexico State University to do public health and social work. They did several assessments and such, and your staff is saying, people are coming, I don't know what to do, I don't know who to refer to. That's why we, if you remember, developed the resource guide, that little pamphlet, right? And then they had focus groups, and those focus groups said, we need social workers to help us navigate our constituents through this process. And so I feel very strongly that we're ready. We're ready. It should have happened years ago. In order to address these things of youth and bullying and things that Parks and Rec are having to deal with in these after school programs, it's essential, I think, for us to start moving in the direction of having a department that addresses this very specifically, like all day long, right? If you will. So, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Tony.
Thank you, Barbara. Mine should be short and simple, but I guess what's good from the public works standpoint is most of these projects that are on here is already the direction they're moving to. The budget has already been addressed to us. You have the paved roads, every condition index, the active transportation plan. Those are already part of our budget and already part of the program and we're working for. So the additional funding will just help us get further and reach goals in a 100 times. So it's really not a big change for the works. We're excited.
Thank you. Tears, Economic Development Director.
City Council, I was just telling Barbara when they said department heads, I was like, oh, I forgot that's me now. I'll be short and sweet because I am going to be presenting with Natalie tomorrow morning on economic development, but I just want to give you guys a little teaser. I really enjoyed this exercise. What you may not realize when we're recruiting business is that all these items are items that businesses are looking at when they're considering, and we can ask these things, and then they drive around town, they want to learn at school. So being able to say like these are our priorities is huge for recruitment for the city. But also just in general, affordable housing really aligns with a lot of these items going on, and so does economic development. So I'm not going to go into too much detail about MRA either, because I know David's going to talk about it next, but we have been talking a lot about it, and by establishing MRAs and possibly kids, MRA plan in place, there's going to be opportunity to take all of these goals and objectives you guys want to do and to put them into these plans so that we can start finding funding mechanisms. And then also, just a little plug, the city of Albuquerque, they use their some DO1 funds. They ask for every set cycle for funds, but specifically for MRA. Just a little FYI. So that's I'll leave it there for now, and then you'll hear more tomorrow morning from me and Natalie.
All right, I think that pretty much wraps up this activity, but of course, it's not the last time that we will be coming back to your priorities as we go through our budget development process.
Barbara,
Yes, sir.
we may have some department heads on one that you want to comment if we have time. If we don't, that's fine. How are we doing on time?
We're trying to pick up a little bit of time here. All right. Okay, I apologize. All right. But again, We will be coming back to this. Leanne will talk about this later, but we are going to be having more work sessions and more opportunities for discussion as we go through your budget development process. So thank you, everybody. Very much appreciate all the back over to Leanne and Matt. We have more questions.
Okay, go ahead.
We need to get loaded up.
Okay, and I think, how can I exit the presenter view here?
Don't know. Yeah, that might be it. Sorry. The next one, that's that one's captions. The one you click is captions, so you'll probably take that off there. Display setting.
There you go.
Is that better?
Yes. Okay, there you go.
Right?
Mhm.
So I'll just introduce you real quick.
Wish me luck. Yes.
All right, so next on the agenda, we have Ms. Carla Walton to discuss the Neighborhood Improvement Initiative. Thank you. Carla.
Hello, everyone. Mayor, council, staff, my name is Carla Walton with the Community Engagement Office. And I'm here to talk to you about a very exciting pilot program that we're in the process of implementing. And it's very nice to see that these align perfectly to what you guys were talking about. It's called Lift Up Las Cruces, because we want to lift up our community. When we approach a project like this, it helped me a lot to visualize the different components, how we're going to structure it. And this is what we were able to come up with. Kind of like a brief overview of the project, which is what we were going to focus in this presentation. But also we're going to talk about why a specific area was selected, you know, the brand that we're creating for this project, and, you know, the next steps that we're going to do. So let's start learning more about Lift Up Las Cruces. So what is Lift Up Las Cruces? It is a multi-departmental effort of the City of Las Cruces designed to combine resources to improve one neighborhood at a time. And what we want to do is create some type of model that we can take to other areas in the city, that we will be able to identify the concerns and we can adapt it to over there. And what we want is exactly how the picture is. And can I take this? Yeah. And we believe that the picture speaks for itself. That's what we want. We want happy residents. We want community. We have heard many times that City Council has given us that direction, that we are lacking community. And we believe that this program has that potential. Our slogan is shaping our present to brighten our future. And the reason why we are introducing this pilot program here in the budget review is because we're talking about who's going to be paying for this program. We plan to use general fund towards the pilot program and then apply for grants with the state and the federal government. So why this program is important? It's going to allow us to identify concerns within a neighborhood and allows the city to focus the limited resources that we have to create a larger impact. And of course, you know, our goals are number one, break the poverty cycle and give the residents a path to self-sufficiency. Because we understand that in order to create permanent change, we have to address a lot of issues. So I guess I'm fortunate enough that I'm part of the team behind this initiative, but our team is very diverse. We have people from public works, from the fire department, from Parks and Recreation, from the city manager's office, from community development. And as long as this program continues to grow, we plan to bring more staff in because we understand that every one of us has different skills and a different way of analyzing things. So we want to work together.
And this program is gonna align with 11 Las Cruces and with the city strategic plan. And we were talking about how can we address the issues. We want to create neighborhood vitality. And to my surprise, you guys were just talking about that. And we are talking about housing, economic development, public safety, health and social services, education, infrastructure. All this is what the community needs in order for us to create permanent change. So when we came together, we were faced with the first question is like, how are we going to select the neighborhoods that we're going to start implementing this program? So we come up with several criteria, and some of these criteria are still flowing. We have meetings, and the meetings we talk more, we discuss less, and we come up with more ideas and more inside information. And we are fortunate enough that as part of our team, we have the staff members that used to live in the area that was selected first. So they were giving us a lot of inside information about the needs of the neighborhood, things that they saw firsthand. So they give us access to really nice information to start making decisions. So the first and foremost is we are trying to come up with an initiative that is going to address City Council biggest priority, break the poverty cycle. So the first criteria is high concentration on low and moderate income. Then persisting public safety issues. We're going to see the property crime, the domestic violence, violent crime, gang activity, graffiti, clothes, just to mention a few. Then the inadequate public infrastructure. How is the lighting, the sidewalks, the public transit, the payment conditions, the sewer lines, the utilities? Then we cannot create permanent change without education. So low education attainment. And then based on the conversations that we're having so far, we have these other three: leverage other investments. Because, for example, we understand that some of the issues the staff might not be able to address, but maybe we can partner up with other groups, nonprofits, that we can come up with a solution. And then we have food access and broadband access. And these other, the last ones too, they have been part of the conversation, but there's opportunity that they might change. So the next thing is how we're going to know if this program is being successful. I think the difference between this program and other programs that we have in the city is because we understand the data is key. We need to start tracking. We need to start making sure, when we do work, how much are we doing, how well are we doing, and who's better off because of it. So we come up with key performance indicators. Maybe it's the poverty crime, the poverty rate, the crime rate, the median household income, the unemployment rate. Maybe we can measure how many children are receiving subsidized meals, the nonprofit collaboration, the neighborhood associations. Another thing that we want to do is engage our residents. Maybe we can get teams as champions, people who are going to be collaborating with us, closely, that we can, give them information they can help us to get the neighborhood, organized. Neighborhood associations, neighborhood watch groups with the graduation rate. And of course, we're open to suggestions. So you have additional measurement criteria, please let us know. And let's talk about the first neighborhood that we decided to implement. And this is the area. And the neighborhood is located in District 1. And is divided, and this is like a screenshot of Google Earth. And is divided from Madrid all the way to Solano to Spruce. And we divided into blocks, block number 1 and block number 2. And in block number 1, the percentage of the low and moderate income residents is 78%. And block number 2 is 57%. We have around 560 properties in the area. We have a mix of renters and homeowners. We also have a mobile park. We have business owners there. We really have a very good mix of everything that we can see in the city. It's a good sample. And I'm going to go back to the other one, because in order for us to create change, we need to start establishing trust. Sadly, some of the interaction of these residents with the city have been negative. Maybe they are immigrants, They are a mix of Spanish speakers. And in order for us, to really, I guess, like, we want to show them that we care. That this is not a program that we're gonna just allocate resources and then moving on. So we are seeing this as a long-term plan. That maybe we can have short-term goals and long-term goals, but we need to do, trust. Because, for example, let's say that we want to do a community garden there to increase, the food access. We need them to take care of that community garden, and that comes from the trust. So the program is going to be focused on reducing the number of crime incidents, improving residents' perception of the community, improve neighborhood aesthetics, increase food access, and leverage additional public and private investment. And this is when things got interesting. We were very fortunate because community development was working with us, is part of the team. And the CGIS team, they developed this map. And they took a graphical shot of the city and they started layering that you can toggle, in and out. So they analyzed the crime rate between October 2020 to September 2021. And I don't know if you can see the boundary. And then the red dots represent all the incidents of property crime in that period of time. Then you have the violent crime. Same arm, domestic violence. And I think our staff was very eye-opening when we saw that chart. I know that for me it was, because I know that behind domestic violence, we have to address other issues. For example, children who might be exposed to domestic violence, substance abuse, alcohol. And as a staff, we don't have that area of expertise, but that opens the doors to maybe partner with other groups, with nonprofits, to address those issues and have a holistic approach. And this is all of them together. That's the reason why we decided absolutely. But we want to create a model that we can then take to other neighborhoods, maybe other districts, and implement it over there as well. And when we were talking, I heard that you guys were talking about food transportation. This is the line that you guys see, kind of like a green, that is the route of road running tracks. And as you can see, if one of these residents, let's say that the car broke, how they're going to go to work? They will have to walk. So that was also going to like show us that, well, maybe we need to also improve connectivity in the area. Next steps. This is what are we in the project right now. So the first thing that we're doing is we're developing a bilingual survey that we're going to be giving to the residents of the area. And start right now is in the process of working the questions. We are working, as a team to come up with the questions and getting feedback. And we are hoping that we can have the survey in February. Then we are going to do a contract with Southwest Planning Consultant. They are already a registered vendor with the city. And what we want is for them to go and start knocking doors. If we're coming, from, building trust, we want to put the faces. And we feel that it would be nice for these people to, to have a conversation in English and Spanish, and asking what are your needs. We as a staff sometimes, I feel that sometimes we can assume what the needs are, but we want to hear firsthand from the residents. What project will have the most impact in your life? How can we hope? Because we understand that if one neighborhood is better, the whole city as a whole can be better. And then we're working also on the branching and research, because when we go to the residents, we want them to get familiar. So in case that there's fears, they personalize the fears, that they know that, okay, this is a project, this is a research. And we're also researching what other municipalities have done. If they have similar projects like this, maybe what are the hiccups that they face, and how they solve those problems. And maybe we can learn from them. And we're also thinking that to launch, maybe it would be nice to have an introductory event to show the residents from the get-go that we care, that we are committed to this. And maybe it's a combo between a play street with a library pop-up, fire awareness. But all this, as soon as we have more details, we will let everyone know. But this is pretty much what the team is working right now. And in case you guys have questions.
Wow. Counselors, well, this is our section for this, so what we'd like to do is just give all the presentations. And then that way, if you have any questions, we'll have whoever gave presentations in this section will be available to answer, okay? So that way we can get through all our presentations right now. So right now, I'd like to invite David Weir up here to the podium. He's going to be discussing and giving a presentation on Southern Infield neighborhood, the El Paseo Solano. Thank you, David.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk. Outside of the presentation, just hearing you all discuss and seeing the dot exercise, the one word that comes to mind is synergy. When I first got out of grad school and took a job with Las Cruces, that word popped up in a plan we worked on. I had no idea what it meant, but through the years, but it seems like a lot of the projects and plans that the staff has done over the years, and then just seeing it actually physically put up on a map, it's really refreshing to see the synergies that are taking place. So with that introduction, I guess I kind of go to a presentation that I know 5 of you have already seen. But so I just kind of refreshed it and tried to apply it to your retreat today. Just quickly, about a year and a half ago, council created an ad hoc committee to look at all the existing policies and plans for the El Paseo and South Solano areas. The committee itself was formed, and they actually increased that to the adjacent neighborhoods. And so we basically went through the policies to see what we could do, and the ad hoc committee was to come up with recommendations on what next to implement some of these strategies. The ad hoc committee was made up of a cross section of leaders throughout the community that are familiar, either lived, worked in that area. And I think these are they came up with 2 strategic focus for those, almost like vision statements for that. And they built upon neighborhood plans that have been done in the past and kind of built on it. And so I want to read these because I think they're really key to that area. They concentrated on neighborhoods and the mixed use corridors. And they came up with the Southern Infill neighborhoods envision and strive to be a place of economic stability, wealth creation, and healthy living. They are attractive, peaceful places where people feel welcome, safe, and comfortable, and are hotspots for dwelling choice, local shopping, eateries, entrepreneurship, and businesses. And then they also created or recommended a strategic focus for the commercial corridors. The Southern Infill corridors, and specifically El Paseo and South Solano, are seen and continue to transform into thriving transit-oriented areas where businesses, residents, visitors, and the city work together to create and maintain a place of sustainability, one that is pedestrian and bicycle friendly and addresses the needs of all citizens. So that kind of builds on all the planning for the area. It focused in El Paseo in particular, there was a lot of public input, and it reflects kind of what those areas wanted to see in the future. They came up with specific recommendations for the area. They had 9, but they really come down to about 3 basic things. One, they wanted to explore MRAs and financial stability to reinvest into the neighborhoods. They wanted to look at opportunities to provide technical assistance, whether it be business and entrepreneurship, whether it be neighborhood revitalization, or whether it be people in the trades that are actually building things. Look at ways that we could provide that assistance, and again, create synergies and investment in those areas. They also wanted to look at particular ways that they could encourage the city to put teams together to focus on this area. And then there were some actual recommendations on specific things that the city could do. One of those was the Paseos Verdes project on Wyatt and El Paseo, between Espina, in those areas, and go forward with it. They also wanted to call out this area as a unique part of the city. and designate it and go forward from there. These are just the specific things. The committee themselves talked about a department taking lead. They had recommended community development, but there are many departments that contribute to that. So I think that's something that doesn't necessarily have to be a specific department. As far as areas that they thought might be part of the MRA designations, the stars were just areas to start. And as Elizabeth said, the city, the Economic Development Department is looking at MRA citywide. So I think this can be rolled into those efforts. One of the big keys that they looked at was ways that the city could encourage reinvestment in areas, and really implored the city to look at these various funding mechanisms that would be available. So you have the MRA studies, you have investment in tax credit housing projects. Again, that technical assistance. What ways can the city be a catalyst for reinvestment and redevelopment? And they also encourage that the city look at every opportunity for grants. And that's something that the grant office, with Leanne's encouragement, we're looking at that currently to look at what opportunities that we may have. And then also looking at what are the capital improvement investments in that area and putting an emphasis to reinvest in the area. Again, I'm kind of touching this on the technical assistance. They really felt that it needed to not focus on one area, but have an opportunity that the city could encourage everybody to improve, whether it be their neighborhood, their business, or their physical structures or homes that they live in. Again, just a flyer. This is a project that the city is working with the Cedar Valley Housing Authority and some of the nonprofits in the community. And so this is well in the way, and this is just a tease because I know you're going to get a lot more information later in your retreat. Again, just kind of calling this out, this is an area of emphasis. The city has done, has an infill policy plan from a zoning and development standpoint. We've also done, I believe, 3 studies on the El Paseo corridor, and just basically recognize it as an integral and important part of your community. And similar to Carla, I've got the next steps that we kind of outlined. We presented this information and the findings of the ad hoc committee this fall. Now we're at the point where how do we integrate that into your strategic plan, your budget, your capital improvement. So that, I believe that's why I'm here today to talk with you. And then I think it kind of challenges us as an organization. How are we going to organize efforts in this area? And how are you going to resource it? How are you going to fund it? How are you going to provide assistance in that area? So those are my quick steps. Just as information, the community development budget, we were proposing $300,000 for that. And I just wanted to give you an idea of some of the activities that it could go towards. So when we talk about studies and plans, that may be more neighborhood plans. It might be the ERA plans, grants. We kind of talk about going forward with that. But one thing that we hear when people try to do infill projects is that impact fees can sometimes be difficult. So if there's a mechanism that allows us to do that, is affordable or attainable housing, workforce housing that's built, providing for it. Infrastructure, capital improvements, if there's any way that we can contribute to that. It kind of feeds into the neighborhood initiative. Demonstration projects, some of you are familiar. We did a bike pop-up on Walnut Street. And so if we fund that, those funds could go towards that. Technical analysis, a lot of times we have, earlier we jokingly talked about the Skeletor building. If we could assist with the analysis of how to make those improvements, what type of code requirements need to be met. If we could do that, we see that being kind of a stimulus to help things take place. We're currently in a major project reviewing and upgrading our development codes, but there may be opportunities where we could do something in the short term and make a quick turnaround on a code amendment. And then something that community development hasn't in the past done much, but if there were sometimes to help businesses and neighborhoods organize and put forward ways that they can improve. And also property maintenance. It gets kind of into the code enforcement if there's ways that we can encourage people to maintain their property, kind of the broken window concept. If you fix it, then it'll continue to creep down the way. So those are, that's a very quick overview. Excuse me, the enchiladas are really good. And so it's all in my presentation.
They're alive, monthly. One of which you are filed in. Which you can see by going to our website schedule page.
Mayor Pro Tem, councilors, our next presentation, I'd like to announce Mike Bartholomew. I'm glad Mike could join us today. And he is going to actually be talking about the fare fee transit and the micro transit demonstration project. So Mike, I'll help you get your PowerPoint on, okay? I can put this in here, or if you want to hold it.
I can stand up.
Okay, great. Okay, let me get it, Mike.
Your tie is perfect. Yeah. You get clapped for your tie.
Oh.
And I'm pretty sure Mike, yours is all in one.
Yeah, I did the two on the one
Did you? Okay.
slide.
Okay. And I think you have to click this.
Oh.
This progresses. Can you do that?
Yep, I'm good.
Okay, great.
Thank you again. I'm Mike Bartholomew. I'm the transit administrator for the city. And city council had asked me to talk a little bit about a couple of areas of interest is the zero fare, or some people call it fare-free program, and also the micro transit. So I got kind of two quick programs put together here. I'll start with the zero fare. We tend to call it zero fare in the industry. I know fare-free is a pretty common term, but nothing is free. So it's kind of, we tend to.
Sorry, can you speak directly into the microphone?
Yeah.
Like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect.
A little better? Okay, thank you. Right now, there's about 40 to 50 transit systems that are entirely zero fare in the country. So it's been kind of a growing trend in the country. A couple of years ago, Kansas City, Missouri was probably the largest city to go to a fare-free system. And just this January 1st, Albuquerque, New Mexico has started a one-year demonstration project. So that actually makes Albuquerque the largest city in the country that would have a totally fare-free system, at least for the year of their demonstration project. There are some cities that have certain segment routes and segments like Boston that are fare-free, but they're not entirely fare-free services. Communities kind of see this as a quality of life preference, like having well-maintained streets, free parks, free libraries, free museums, and put free transportation in there. And of course, transportation equity is a really big topic now in the transit industry of providing transportation access to those who have difficulty getting transportation for all their various needs. So you go community by community, and there's varying perceptions on how they view the value of a fare-free service or zero fare service. Right now, our fares are set by a council tariff, and our last fare increase was way back in 2008. Our basic adult fare is $1 a trip, and our passes, as you can see on the slides up here, are based around that. Our half fares are 50 cents. Valorite is our paratransit service. It's $2 a trip. Except for the tariff, we're not charging anything for a trip to or from a senior center. And that's for ADA and for anybody who has a disability that can use Valorite. We did suspend the fares for almost a year and a half during the pandemic as a way to not handle fare media and cash and everything, to make it a bit safer for our staff and our riders. I did want to point out, you notice that there's a $2 fare for Dollarite and a $1 basic adult fixed route trip. And that falls under the ADA rules that we cannot charge more than twice the cost of a regular fare. So I'll come to it in the next slide. But that means if we have a free fare on fixed route, we have to have a free fare on dial ride too. So looking at what the cost, just what the cost of the fare loss would be, I got some figures. These are pre-COVID figures. So our fixed route cost roughly $30 million, or excuse me, $3.3 million to operate. Fares were a little under 240,000 fares that we collected. So that was about 7.2% of our operating costs. And with dial ride, you can see it's about $1.25 million, and our fares covered about less than 3% of our operating costs. So to strictly cover the fare loss would be about $273,000. Our operating expenses are now more expensive pre-pandemic. As you know, a lot of city employees had significant wage increases, so there's going to be higher operating costs than pre-pandemic, and fuel costs are much higher now as well. Zero fare is a local decision. There's no federal transit administration requirement on whether we have to charge a fare or not. That's all local based. We just have to follow, excuse me, the ADA rules and other federal requirements. I haven't talked here for 4 weeks. I think I'm weaker than I thought. What it really is going to cost us on a fare-free service is our dial ride service. We feel the demand is going to require us to get 5 part-time drivers. So you can see what the cost would be for that. That's going to add a lot to that 2.7 or 273,000 fare loss that we would have. And there's additional operating expenses for the fuel maintenance and supplies. The vehicles, that's just operating. So we're looking at about 782,000 annually more to operate dial ride. And then for those 5 drivers, we would need more paratransit vehicles. So it comes out to about 1.2 million first full year cost. I would want to point out that acquiring paratransit vehicles is extremely difficult right now nationwide. There's a issue with it. Pretty much Ford is the sole manufacturer of the chassis for a lot of these, and they're not making enough of them to meet the demand in the country. Other impacts of zero fare, I mentioned already, we're going to have increased demand on dial ride, and we're already at capacity there. Fixed route has the capacity to meet the demand in the near term. We have plenty of room on the buses, so we don't need more drivers. We don't need more buses on fixed route. Microtransit, which I'll talk about shortly, may not have the capacity to meet demand, excuse me, if we go fare-free. We would lose some of the information that we collect on ridership demographics. We could still capture whole numbers of like how many people actually get on a bus and everything. We wouldn't have the details that we would have with passes, you know, for example, how many were students, how many were elderly, things like that. So we would just have to gather that through surveys, which we have to do anyway for getting more detailed demographic data. And we would have to develop policies to help prevent basically buses becoming homeless shelters throughout the day, or people loop riding on the bus and taking up seats. Like Kansas City had minor problems with that, but they just implemented some rules about how long you can stay, you know, how long you can stay on a bus without getting off. And there's ways around it. Arguments for zero fare, why the proponents that have it is it provides more disposable income for low income riders, and that income is spent locally, helps the local economy. We don't have fare disputes if there's no fare. Transportation equity, again, I mentioned that earlier on, is a really important reason for having it. We board on buses faster because you're not having to deal with fares, fare box at the front of the bus. Overall transit, if you encourage more people to ride it, of course, it theoretically reduces traffic congestion and promotes bus ridership. And there is a cost to collecting fares too. So right now, our fare boxes, when we buy new ones, we're running around $13,000 a bus, and they do have to be maintained, and plus just the cost of counting the money. So even though we get money through fares, we lose a lot through how we have to manage the money. And the arguments against zero fare that have been raised are the fact that it does cause a loss of revenue, and it creates an inability to expand services as fast as they would like because of that loss of revenue. There is a perception that there could be increased vandalism and vagrancy on buses, but systems that have implemented that, so that's probably more of a perception. They're not really seeing that problem. Again, we have people who tend to get on the buses, and we noticed that when we had our free fare period, and they'll just fall asleep and stay on the bus all day, pretty much, if we let them. But some do business on the bus too. Some cities have said that they felt that that are supported by where their transit systems are supported by local taxes through referendums, feel that they get better support for their referendums when there is a fair charge. That's a community perception thing. And then there's a perception that fares lead to a safer environment on the bus. So that gets back to that vandalism and vagrancy, that you're going to get more problems if everything is free, which there really is no solid evidence that that's true. I'm going to skip this slide because I didn't realize we had to we were going to do the whole presentation, then do questions. Move quickly into the microtransit. Microtransit was a key component of the short range transit plan that was brought before council. Council adopted last December. And so we would like to basically start a demonstration project fiscal year 23 for microtransit. Basically, the way microtransit works, it's kind of like a city-run Uber Lyft type thing, but the fares are more comparable to what you would pay on our regular routes. What makes it nice is that in areas like the east side of town where people are more spread out, and it's a little harder to add a lot of buses and routes in that area, is that you can get better service to people closer to where people live, and pretty much get it as they demand it, like within 20 minutes of requesting a trip. You can use smaller vehicles, doesn't necessarily require drivers that have commercial driver licenses. You don't necessarily pick up people at their home all the time. It depends upon how the scheduling is done. It might be what we call a virtual bus stop. So you schedule the ride on your app, and they say, walk a block, walk down to the corner, from where your house is, walk down to the next street, we'll pick you up down there. But it's a lot better than having a half-mile walk or a three-quarter-mile walk to a bus stop. What we would propose next year is to contract with a third party that provides microtransit scheduling software and support. Define a microtransit zone as was in the plan that was approved by council last month, which is primarily areas to the north of US 70 and to the east of I-25 would be a microtransit zone. We'd also have what we would call microtransit islands, like the intermodal center or a senior center too, that would essentially have a microtransit service to it as well. We would start with 2 to 4 vehicles dedicated to microtransit. We feel that we could repurpose some of our older dial-ride vehicles for the demonstration project without having to purchase vehicles for that. And then after about 6 months of the project, we would evaluate it and see how successful it was or what we could do different. And if it was looking really good, then we would seek more to expand that program, maybe more permanent funding in the subsequent fiscal year 24. So the cost of the demonstration project is about $10,000 for the software and training. We need to get some tablets, so about $3,000 there. We would use existing staff and vehicles. We feel that we could probably use some of our dial-ride staff and move them over to the microtransit project. So we wouldn't really need more staff for the demonstration project at least. And a little bit more for fuel maintenance and the marketing. Marketing of the microtransit will be really important because that's something that this community doesn't have right now. So it'd be something that we would need to teach people how it works and everything. So we're looking at about a total cost of $50,000 in our request for that. And with that completes my presentation, Leanne.
I need to find the other mic. Oh, I got one. Okay, thank you. Okay, so Mayor Pro Tem and councilors, if you have any questions, we've got the mic so that way, and we've got our 3 experts up here so they can answer your questions. So.
I'm very friendly. So thank you, Mr. Bartholomew. Insofar as coordinating schedules, you work with SERTD and LCPS, or am I assuming that you do?
Well, we don't really work in it. I'm not exactly.
Coordinating, I mean, like coordinating schedules and areas where people are picked up or connecting. Because I've heard that, and maybe I'm wrong, that LCPS doesn't have buses out to Oregon Mountain High School. And I've also heard that, that might be wrong, but I'm just telling you that's what I've heard. And also that there's a distance requirement for buses school buses can pick up kids. There has to be a certain within or outside of a certain. So can you, do you do any of that, Mr. Bartholomew? Does the city work with or coordinate with the public transportation entities?
Well, in terms of the school district, we don't, and you might be meaning Centennial High School over Oregon Mountain High School.
No, I meant, well.
Yeah, we do have
You can
a
throw
bus route.
Centennial in there, but I did mean what I said.
Yeah, we do have a bus route that has a bus stop at Oregon Mountain High School.
At Oregon, and then but Centennial doesn't. Is that what you
The
said?
Centennial does not.
So why not?
It's kind of out there by itself. There's nothing else to go there, so it's really inefficient for us to put routes out there. It's about, I would say, about the time Centennial High School opened, there was some interest, and we gave them some costs, what it would cost, because basically we would have to add another route. We couldn't extend one of our existing routes that long without it messing up all of the connections that we have with the other routes. But they have the money to do something like that.
And then I have a comment about the cost, the effectiveness or efficiency of not free buses. One way to look at it is that it'll promote people hopping on the bus and going downtown or going to the mall or going to other areas in the city that would promote at least sales at eateries and stuff like that. And it would also encourage going to different parts of the city that a lot of people don't go to ordinarily. So I just wanted to throw that in.
Yeah, and that's correct. And if you maybe recall when I did the presentation back in December, you saw the large area that would be the microtransit zone on the east side of I-25. So basically, I mentioned those other islands within town. So like somebody could schedule a ride on microtransit, and if they live in the Roadrunner area or something like that, and they could schedule a ride on microtransit, say to a senior center or to the intermodal center downtown, which would connect them to all the routes going to the university and everything else.
Thank you.
My turn. Thank you all so much. There we go. This is a great section. Thank you all for presenting. I just want to say that Lift Up Las Cruces just speaks directly to my little community organizer heart, and I just
Little heart.
let's give them all the money. No, but seriously, I think since getting on the council, I've been talking a lot about the distressed neighborhood index and how this kind of data, and I talked about it this morning, how this kind of data is just so incredibly valuable. And I think the census presentation coming up, all of this just matters so much in the way that we address communities, particularly historically excluded and underserved communities. And earlier, I don't know, side note, earlier I saw underserved communities, and I thought that's actually a really great word, because there are communities that we are not serving. It is nothing they have done, but there is a huge lack of service, and that's on us, right? That's what we have to do. And so I just wanted to say thank you for this. This is incredible. I can't wait till you bring something to District 4 or however you're going to do it. I'm excited to hear about the timeline, if that's the question maybe that you can answer. I understand that perhaps that's not the most effective way, council by council, and you wanted the data to allow the creation. But I'm certain there will be District 4. And so do you have a sense of timeline from when you'll be able to say, okay, this one project, this one neighborhood, it's going really well. what do you think like the next one?
Same question.
Yeah, I'll take that. Thank you, Counselor. You know, the real short and honest answer is we don't have a timeline. We really want to dive into this neighborhood and then see how effective it is, and then like I said, try to duplicate it in other areas. When we were doing this, we've identified another area that has that's pretty close to this. So we contemplated whether or not we would do two at one time. But I mean, we're not, held to anything as far as waiting to move to the next spot. So we kind of want to just get into this, and then I mean, if we can see any evidence of success here, we can start looking at others before we, our goal is not to necessarily pack up and move.
Yeah.
But to make sure it's sustainable. But yeah, that's really the straightforward answer. We don't have a timeline yet. You as council can dictate that. I mean, if you want us to move and look at other areas as well.
When do you think you'll be able to give us some information or data about this neighborhood?
I think a good, when we talked about a good set of data points to actually draw some inference from, we thought about a year, but this is real-time data, like especially with the crime data, that's money. I mean, like it's real time, really. They can pull the data as it's going. So as soon as we start seeing a trend or some type of pattern, we can report that. There's even access that we're given to be able to look at it, like I said, real time. The poverty index, I mean, that's something you've kind of pushed us onto that index. I don't know how often that's updated. I'm assuming it's a year. But we could figure that out. But I don't know if there's going to be some effective change with less than, we'd see some of that index any time less than a year.
Okay, thank you, Ifo. Yeah, no, I don't want to rush anything at all, and I'm just so excited about it. So, as fast as you have something to show us, I would be excited, and then we can make decisions then. But I just think this is really incredible, and the ways that local government should function. So just kudos and thank you. And then I have a question for Mr. Bartholomew in terms of, Mayor mentioned those 4 categories and the infrastructure bill, and one of them is transportation. Do you feel like some of what you proposed here, both on the zero fare, which I'll start using, and the micro transit, if these are projects that are able to fit into the priorities from the infrastructure bill?
I believe the infrastructure bill, a lot of that is going to be for capital type stuff, so classes and developing things like that rather than operations. And I meant to mention it earlier, that Mr. Enriquez reminded me of it, but we do get federal funding for operating. But it is a finite amount. It's allocated and based on census data, primarily what our population is here and everything. So the more we add, we don't get more money because from the feds because we add more. So essentially, we're using up all of our federal funds now, but it's going to have to come from local funds for the additional services we provide.
Okay, thank you. And have we ever done a tax referendum to support transit?
I believe there was one done by the South Central Regional Transit District around 2012.
It was around 2011,
2011, 2012, and it failed.
It did.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then those are my own questions for you. Mr. Weir, and I think Elizabeth, there's going to be a wider presentation on MREs tomorrow. Is that right? Or no? Did I get that wrong?
MREs.
Yeah.
Mike.
Scott. Councilor, yeah, in our ED presentation, we're going to be covering economic development. I'm going to be covering economic development plans for MRAs throughout the entire city. Ready for me to talk a little bit more about that?
No, I will wait. That's exciting. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll start with transit. I know that we had a year's worth of free fare or zero fare, whatever you want to call it. I'm wondering if you had data that would support
because you kept saying pre-COVID, I know we have at least a year and some change of data that could really enlighten us about what the ridership was and costs and whatever. And I know things are astronomical right now, but I wonder if you have that data, Mr. Bartholomew, that you can share with us as we sort of continue to have these conversations, because I think it's an important one.
Yes, as far as our ridership goes, it's been staying around with 50–60% of normal on fixed route. Our dial ride is starting to pick up and getting closer back to what it used to be. Part of the reason I think that we're not getting back to our pre-pandemic levels of ridership on there is because we're still in a position of having to have reduced level of service. We don't have the level of service where we go to 10:30 at night on these nights we start as early as 6:30 in the morning like we did pre-pandemic. And that's simply because we just have had a lot of difficulty, like transit systems all over the country, hiring drivers. We just haven't had the staff to be able to expand that to full service.
When do you anticipate, just having the capacity to be able to add those additional hours?
I might ask my colleague Richard Hanley back there if he's got a timeline yet for it.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We have a hiring process up on the street right now. It's closing, I think, the 11th of February. And I believe we'll get full staff after training. I'm thinking hopefully the 1st of March is probably a good time.
Thank you, Richard.
Yeah, that's really exciting, and probably the increase in pay has hopefully been helpful to the recruitment. Okay, very good. That's what we were hoping. And then I think Councillor Flores alluded to it, and I'm super concerned, and I get this I get this asked quite a bit. If we partner with the county and STRD, I think I'm saying those initials correctly. And I get from the other side, not necessarily, but I think if we're going to look at transportation, right, because so many folks have that as a barrier to getting to work, medical appointments, mental health, and so I'm wondering if there are deeper conversations with STRD, and if there isn't, we should. I think we're long overdue.
Yes, I think I talked about this also back in December as well. Is I think in a more longer term, we need to work on updating our long-term plan. We'll work with the NPO on that. We may not do this fiscal year 23, but fiscal year 24. But I see as this county grows in population over the next decade that it's going to make some sense to at least look at the possibility of having some sort of consolidated transit service within a regional transit service within the county. I have no preconceptions on how that would be organized, whether it be a totally independent agency or run by the city or run by the county. But it probably is something that I would like to see studied in our next long-range transit plan.
Thank you so much. I guess when I see all these different categories, I think transportation fits into a lot of it. There was a lot of dialogue many years ago when I belonged to the Quality PRC about how we engage our youth and our youth family, right, in transportation and increasing ridership, and I think it goes hand in hand. So, and I also feel it's an important, especially when we talk about workforce, that to me is really important. I hear time and time again parents really wanting to utilize the bus system or having their youth utilize the bus system, but they're not familiar, nor do they feel safe, and or if they purchase tickets or, they lose their tickets. And so I keep harping on this. We need to be going into the app, right? The app, that place. And I know you're working on that, I think.
Yes, we are.
Yeah. And so, okay, thank you for following you. And then I wanted to talk about, thank you, Carla. It's super exciting. I keep track with EFO, when I brought this to his attention and did a bunch of research and said, yeah, let's use the distress indexing and do a crime overlay, you know, after frustration and of some of the major crimes that have occurred in our area, the beheading, there was a murder down my street, unfortunately, now another one most recently. The neighbors are really concerned. So I think we have the infrastructure set up already in many of our neighborhoods with community in the schools. I know that Young Park or that Bellama area was the other area I think that had been identified. And so please understand the data set that you have there is long-term data. You're not going to see things in months or even a year. And I have a bit of concern using the consultant that you're using because that particular consultant was used in past that I felt, and I'm not an epidemiologist and I'm not a researcher, but when, for example, police had all these data sets that they wanted to work through, and when we asked the questions, they're like, it didn't quite suit our need. And so I worry about that. Those data sets that you have there are 5-10 years. You won't see reduction of poverty immediately. So like, I think of food insecurity, I think of attendance down the street at Booker T. Washington, right? I think of financial literacy. There are a lot of people in my area that are doing a lot of work at the Lions Club, at Booker T, places like that. And so, I mean, I talk with people a lot and I get to hear all the things that are happening in their group, but I also know that there are nonprofits and schools and private people that really want to get involved. And so I feel like we have to measure, you know, our effort, because I'm moving something in a way that I don't want to step on your toes. And so I appreciate that, but I want us to pause a little bit because I feel those data sets are very important that you've identified. I'm just not sure you're going to get the kind of data you want. The stuff that we're talking about is 5 to 10 years we're going to see. I feel, and so I just want to make sure that, and I don't know what the survey looks like, and you know, I feel like we have to find some data points that yes, we can see within 6 months, a year, 2 years, right, and keep track of that. And that might be satisfaction surveys, right? Like lighting, it's reduced people's anxiety and fear about living in a safe. And I can tell you that I just heard some preliminary data that the schools talk about that says that their kids feel very disconnected, very high anxiety, and mental health is a very big, and they're bullied. They're bullied. Those are some very concerning statistics. So, or kids that are walking home, you know, little ones from elementary school, several blocks away from the district that I talked to EFO about. So I don't know that if that's what you're wanting, and we're all wanting crime to reduce there and people to feel safe in their communities, that we've given them hope, right? That's different data. So I just want to say that out loud.
Mayor, when I'm, we are in the process of researching how other municipalities have done it. I found like Forward has a very complex and similar program that I feel that we can replicate a lot of the things that they have done over there because they have been very successful. And what they did is in each area that they are targeting, they are establishing short-term goals with certain points of data and long-term goals. And they go to one neighbor every year. We haven't decided again, how we're gonna establish this. But what they are doing is like, in order for them to get funding, state grants and federal grants, they are using short-term goals metrics to leverage with the premise that this is what we are able to do with this amount of money. You give us more, we would be able to accomplish more. And that's something that I feel we can potentially explore as a team, come together, establish, the short-term goals that we have. And then after that, start establishing the long-term goals. Another thing that I noticed that they are doing is not because they are going to another neighborhood Does that mean that they keep track of the first areas that they are doing? They are constantly monitoring, and that's the reason why they established those team champions. So they can still have this open line of communication with the neighborhood. So in case of something happens, they are able to tackle it immediately. Hopefully that will help.
Thank you. Thank you.
And just so you know, I can't see you. You're
Yeah.
right. You're right.
That-
That's if you're back.
Just have a good look. Well, thank you, all the presenters. I want to follow up with you, Carla, and on the lift up, because I do think, for me, there's a sense of urgency on this, because we see this daily, and there are definite neighborhoods and areas that need something, and they need it honestly now. And so the longer we pause on that, the more it's just gonna make bills. But even if we're offering services, I don't think that's gonna hurt our community by going out into these areas, even if we have to fine tune the details of everything, as making sure that we're visible in these spaces isn't gonna hurt. And I do think we'll be able to track things like calls for service, probably in these areas where getting to see those stats, I know from Chief Dominguez and stuff, at least on that monthly basis, and I'm sure they've had trends yearly, even that they can do. And Chief Smith, I'm sure you guys have ways to track that as well. And so if we can look in these areas, and we can track that. We could track perhaps even programming, if residents are signing up for the after-school programs or libraries. We have ways to kind of look at that too, that we can start. And so I think you already said that you're gonna have those short-term and long-term goals. And so I'm so excited to start seeing these as soon as possible, because I do think, and as soon as we start showing up in these spaces, it does build up that trust that you were talking about. And that is a value that isn't always able to be categorized, but it builds up and it helps. And that's how we're going to see some of the changes in other things like public safety. So I really do appreciate it.
Thank you all very much for your presentations. I really appreciate it. I just wanted to follow up on a couple things. And admittedly, this is coming from someone who I know that I don't think we can swing this on the council, but I would like to get rid of pennies. I don't know. I believe in the statement about getting rid of pennies. But to that end, related to the zero fare bus sort of conversation, it does sound like, you know, sort of I really appreciate the thoughtful discussion of the pros and cons and the things that are backed by evidence and the things that aren't. I did have one follow-up question that's related to the dial ride. You mentioned that it's sort of at capacity right as it is, and it seems like both of the proposals are sort of meant to expand the capacity of that, or have some part being part of increasing the dial ride. I wonder if that differential weighs into sort of other conversations that we're having about, you know, sort of, I feel like there's a crossover of what that means in terms of our people's connection to essential services and people who are most sort of disenfranchised and marginalized. And it feels like if that's a capacity, there's an extended need there that we really need to make sure that we prioritize in whatever innovative projects were in our existing budget. So I wonder if you have any additional insight or can sort of give more picture into that. And then the second part that I was thinking of is related to infrastructure things coming up. I do think that there is Wi-Fi on many of the sort of public transit things, but I'm wondering if that could also be part of the infrastructure idea is related to public transit. But I think that would be enormously helpful, especially for increasing ridership and of people who may not be able to access that in other ways. So I just wanted to add those kind of put in the funding future. So.
As far as like the capacity on dial, right now we're still pretty much able to meet our rides requests on time. We're actually doing better than the rides aren't having. Like seniors were having to schedule out used to over 2 weeks in advance. They're not having to do that anymore right now. But I think it's, you know, as we get back more to normal service, the demand is going to pick up. One of the things with this microtransit program is we feel that this kind of a system may actually take some of the pressure off of dial, right? Because it's going to people are not gonna, with Valorant, you have to schedule at least a day in advance. With this, you can, with your app, you can schedule, maybe have a ride there in 10 to 20 minutes. So if we can put our resources into a more efficient microtransit service, that would help with capacity on the Valorant service. Right now, we provide a lot of service to seniors because of the senior meals, like the senior programs and everything. And I think, I'm not sure what it is right now, but pre-pandemic seniors made up like 3/4 of the ridership on our Valorant service, and only a quarter was the ADA eligible riders. The second part of your, what was the second question again?
About Wi-Fi.
About Wi-Fi. We've looked at Wi-Fi, it's just one of those things that there is a cost to it for us to put it on buses. We do have Wi-Fi at our intermodal center, but not on buses. I know some transit systems are moving away from Wi-Fi now because of some of the costs with it, but in our particular case, the person generally is not a bus that long where they're without Wi-Fi, but it's certainly something that we can look at doing. It's just we would have to involve paying some more airtime, through SIM cards and things like that, getting the right software in buses.
Thank you. I just wanted to touch on Mayor Pro Tem's point about how long it could potentially take to get some of this data. And honestly, it's one of the reasons I will continue to be an advocate for guaranteed basic income, regardless of what happens in the next couple of months, regardless of how people feel about it politically, because the reality and the data shows that direct cash assistance changes lives. And we can look at data from a year ago, 1 year ago. The child tax credit drastically changed people's lives in this country. It slashed childhood poverty month to month by 30%. It gave more help to millions who needed it the most. Families spent the extra cash they had on basic needs. There's zero evidence that this money drove caregivers to quit their jobs, and it slashed food insecurity by a quarter. That's from a year ago. And so I feel like, oh, and the most recent one somebody sent me the other day said that cash aid to poor mothers increased brain activity in babies. This is from a year ago, and I feel like if we want to see results now, and by results I mean significantly improve the quality of life of the people who live in these neighborhoods, this is why I'm such a huge proponent for it. I know some people don't get it, but the truth is that it's in the data, and the data is showing incredible results, and we don't have to wait 5 to 10 years if we implement the right kind of tools in our community.
So Councilor Flores, we're actually, we were going to wrap up the questions. Okay.
And I promise I won't belabor it. So, insofar as not having enough capacity for dial-a-ride, isn't that infrastructure as opposed to operational cost? Yeah. So wouldn't that qualify? Would that fall into that raise grant that the mayor brought up? That money's being allocated, $3.7 billion. Would that be a possibility, Mr. Bartholomew?
It may be a possibility to help with getting, like, we have to get extra vehicles.
Yeah, and that would probably.
It wouldn't cover the operating costs.
Huh?
It wouldn't probably cover the operating costs.
No, I understand that, but we're talking about you, because you said that there might not be enough buses for dial-a-ride, and to do this, it's going to impact on the capacity. So I'm just leaving that up, I'm just putting that bug in your ear,
Okay.
that reminder. The other thing is that, well, it's a policy thing, and I guess this is policy too, but I don't care for, I'm not for universal, and this is not for you, Mr. Bartholomew, but just in terms of discussing basic income guarantee or universal. It's still too anecdotal for me, and it goes back like 3 or 4 or 5, it goes back to the Reagan years, it goes back to the Nixon years. It's a military treatment, and it's designed to get rid of welfare. It's not designed to really help people on a long-term basis. So that, I'm totally opposed to it, so I just want that to go on the record, and there's a reason for it. It isn't because I mean, if I if I had a, if I were Bezos or one of these Bloombergs, I'd be giving my money away to people who need it, believe me. But it's not a long-term cure, and it's too anecdotal. A year ago isn't enough data to really justify it, but I had to just get that on the record. And I love you, Luana. I know your heart is in the right place. Thank you.
So Mayor Pro Tem, councilors, thank you so much. Our next section, we actually have two speakers that will be coming in through Zoom. They'll be joining us at 3 o'clock, which is a representative from Senator Heinrich's office, and then also our state lobbyist, Larry Horan. So I've asked Tony, who was at the end, to maybe start us off so that way we can stay on schedule and be ahead of our schedule. So he's going to give one presentation right now about capital projects in the 5-year plan process. So Tony, I'll turn it over to you. And then let me, is this the first one?
Make sure you get that one. This is revised. That one right there.
Which, this one?
Yeah.
Okay. Are both of them on there?
I don't think Matt took one off, but that one's this one.
Okay. Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay, and I think this works.
Okay.
Okay. There you go.
Okay, thank you, Leanne. Thank you, Leanne.
Real close.
Be real close. So I'm pretty sure you all know me. My name is Tony Trevino, and I'm with Eric's second favorite department, Public Works. So I just want to kind of put that on record. But I'm here to kind of go over just a brief overview of the capital improvement program, as well as the ICIP and what is the difference, and then show you some CIP projects that are going on right now. So the capital improvement program, it's a cyclical program that produces a CIP document, which is an iteration of the future infrastructure related needs. It is council approved and it spans for 6 years. It currently contains the current funded year as well as 5 out-facing years for a total of 6 years. The program management for the CIP is currently in transition. It's been under the preface of Public Works, but by October 2022, this will be transitioned into the city manager's office. Why does the city have a CIP? Well, it's required by the DFA in order for us to qualify for the 2024 legislative session. Closer. It is required or may be required to attain any grants and federal or NMFA funding. It is also in concurrence with the city charter, section 3.02, which requires that the city manager prepare and submit the CIP to city council and keep council fully advised of future funding needs. Also, City Charter Article 5, Section 5.04, which requires capital expenditures be detailed by offices and to include the proposed method of financing. And Section 5.05 requires the city manager to submit a proposed 5-year capital improvement plan. Couple more CIP charters. Section 5.06. What this one does, it restricts council from approving the CIP post public hearing. So what this says that the CIP cannot be approved until after it has been publicly posted. Allows council to make modifications barring deficit spending and removal of budget required by law or encumbered. City Charter 5.07, it requires the CIP be public record. 5.08 allows the amendments after adoption barring deficit spending and removal of budget required by law or encumbered. I'm so glad David Cedillo gave me the exciting one. Section 6.03 states the comprehensive plan should serve as a guide to public improvements and establish relationships between proposed action and comprehensive plan. So what we see here is kind of the typical cycle that I mentioned, that the CIP process is cyclical. It starts off in October of every year. As you can see here, it started off of October of 2021. Staff has the forms due by December of 2021, and then the budget entry begins, which we're at right now. With all the budget and all the CIP process, a draft CIP is published in April of 2022, will be published in April 2022. And in May 22, it will be approved by the city council. With this, the process being going, the CIP monthly is amended by Public Works through City Council, which is an ongoing process. Through that ongoing process, in September of 2022 is when we'll start the ICIP, the legislative projects, and get those submitted to the for the state legislature for the ICIP approvals, and be prepared for the January 2023 legislative session. So that is the entire process for just for the 2024 CIP process. I'm out of breath now from reading that. CIP and ICIP, what's the difference? The capital improvement program is produced, it produces a CIP document. It is council approved and it spans the 6 years, as I mentioned earlier. It is currently managed by Public Works, and it is the active year CIP is amended monthly. So all the funded projects are amended monthly as you go to City Council. The ICIP plan, the submissions is based on unfunded portions of the CIP with grants as a funding source, which I'll show you here in a minute when I bring up the CIP form of what those outstanding years are. It is a 5-year plan for unfunded portions only, submitted once every year in January. The database is housed within NMDFA, the local government division, and it cannot be changed without special permission from the state DFA. Here's kind of a broken pie chart, like the pecan pie that was outside, but bonds and loans. What we have is a street improvement. These are current funding sources for the CIP. The street improvement, flood control. We have utility bonds, facilities bonds, and our geo bonds. Also here we have the NMFA loans, which is the street improvement, flood control, utility, and facilities. Taxes, the GRT, we got the property taxes, the 3/8% hold harmless GRT. We got the EGRT, gas taxes, largest tax, and the TID. Some of the grants we get, CDBG, we get some state and federal grants, and also the state appropriations, which is the large chunk of our projects. And also utility rates and impact fees. So as mentioned earlier, here's our CIP that we publish monthly or yearly, but it gets submitted monthly. Breakdown of this is to show on the left side, we have the projects called out. These projects are broken out by departments, whether it's a new project, carryover project, or an annual project. And that is broken down on the left side, but it is by department and by the usage. This green one is the funded amounts. As I mentioned, the CIP is a 6-year. However, the first year currently shows all the funded projects for that year. So that is that green column. And the outer 5 years, which is essentially the ICIP. Those are the unfunded plans for the city for CIP projects. Then on the right side is the funding source, which will only be those for the funded ones. So here are some of the current ICIP projects that were submitted for this year. Was the Veterans Memorial Park enhancements, the skate park improvements, wastewater septic systems, East Mesa roads and drainage, Spruce Avenue, Telshore Boulevard, and Trevice intersection, the public safety vehicles and equipment, police department, fire station improvements, police department equipment, juvenile citation program, air service infrastructure, water infrastructure, Santa Teresa to Las Cruces Innovative Industrial Park bypass, the Las Cruces Innovation Industrial Park infrastructure, and downtown public safety complex. So with that, I'm going to kind of go into some current CIP projects and so I can see them.
So, Tony, I think our other two speakers are on. Can we get them first and then we'll have you follow up with this? Okay, sorry. Let me see if they're on. Sorry, everyone, we have a timing. So let's see, hang on. Let's see, Larry and Sylvia, are you on?
Larry is here.
Larry is here. How about Sylvia? It doesn't look like Sylvia's on. And Larry, this might be a really good segue because Tony just talked about the state legislative projects and gave that list. I could bring it back up, but I was going to turn it over to you to talk about what is going on in Santa Fe.
Thank you, Leanne. It's good to be with you all virtually. So we're right in the midst of the legislative session. As far as you can pull the list up if you want, Leanne, and I'll just talk generally about what we're doing and where we are. In the process of it's a 30-day legislative session. So for those who haven't heard me say it before, a 30-day session is limited to matters that the legislature consider, which is the budget, certain appropriations bills, revenue bills, or messages from the governor. So they limit what the legislature can consider. Midpoint in the legislative session this year is February 2nd, next Wednesday at noon. That's the official midpoint when we go downhill, but that's the last day for introduction of legislation. So we have a good idea what we will be dealing with for the remainder of the legislative session at that time, although there's always some ways that you can introduce bills after that, but for the most part, we'll know by then. What's been happening with legislators over this past week or so, they have, as we all know, they have significant excess revenue at the state of New Mexico. And so that has an impact on projects and capital projects and operations as we go forward. Early this week, they dealt with what's called House Bill 2 Junior. House Bill 2 is always the state budget bill. And so it's a budget bill junior, meaning they had excess revenues that they allowed legislators to spend either on recurring, they had a portion for recurring programs and also for non-recurring, which they could use for capital. And so they finished dealing with that Monday and Tuesday of this week. The Senate members had $300,000 of recurring money and $300,000 of non-recurring money to spend. And the House member had, I think, $185,000 of each. And so that's a pretty good chunk of money for them to put into some programs. And so we provided information to our legislators about some programs that they may want to fund. And then we'll know once that junior bill comes out exactly what we got. I think we got some money for some of our programs. And they'll pivot from that into dealing with capital outlay. And when we look at our ICIP projects, with the exception of what we're calling our significant or big transformational projects, the ones mainly on the left are our smaller traditional capital outlay projects. We still don't know exactly how much the legislators are going to get. It's almost as though every legislator I talk to and every day it changes. But for capital outlay that comes from severance tax bonding, looks like they're going to have the same amount or a little bit more than they had last year. And so within about the next week or so, we'll know they will have to provide which projects they're going to fund and the amounts. And so this is the time where we visit with legislators and talk to them about our projects and also to see how much they're willing to put into it. So I think the deadline I heard today is they're going to have their capital outlay lists put in by about next Thursday. So that part of the session will be over probably sometime next week, and then they'll put together the capital outlay bill. Doesn't usually change at all once the bill is drafted. That's where they get to fund their projects, although the governor does have line item veto authority over the capital outlay bill. So if there are some projects that the administration doesn't like, they do have the ability to line item veto. Ours are not the kind that are typically vetoed. What they really don't like is to have bond funds used for either small purchases or things that are going to wear out over the life of the bond. So if they're not going to last 10 years or more, they don't usually like to have it put in the capital outlay bill. The example that has happened in the past is things like band uniforms and band equipment, that kind of thing, or swing sets. Those get vetoed sometimes. And so that's the part of the session we'll be into as of next week. And I'm happy to talk and answer any questions more about capital, but I'll talk also briefly about some substantive policy issues that we're dealing with. There's a couple things that the Municipal League is pushing and is taking the lead on. One of them kind of dovetails into an issue we talked about last year when we were working on law enforcement reform. And we have Senate Bill 3 and a companion House Bill 141 do two things. They increase training for law enforcement agencies and officers through what's called the Law Enforcement Protection Fund. The Law Enforcement Protection Fund gets its money from a 10% fee that is paid on all property and casualty insurance premiums, and then that goes into a fund, and then it's distributed to each police department in a flat amount per department. As of July 1st, that would be $95,000 per department. That would go up to $145,000 if the bill passes. And then they also give a per officer amount for, and this money has to be used for training or equipment. And it would increase that per officer amount up to $1,500 per officer. So each officer we have on the department, we would get $1,500 that can be used for training and or equipment. And that kind of dovetails with what we were working on last year as it related to enhancing the training for law enforcement so that they're able to avoid those type of issues, excessive force issues, or dealing with folks who are in crisis or have mental health issues. Train them on the front end so we're not having issues on the back end. And that's Senate Bill 3 has already had a hearing and has moved on to its second one, and the House bill will have a hearing shortly. The other thing, they're currently right now having a hearing on Senate Bill 5. That bill is the bill where the governor is proposing to reduce gross receipts tax by 0.25% on the state rate. That doesn't have a direct impact on us as at a tax rate level, but there has been a discussion about a moratorium of local governments not being able to impose a tax for 5 years, so that if the state lowers the tax rate, we don't immediately raise it by 0.25 cent. It's not in the bill right now, but could come in and could be an issue for us a little bit down the road. And then the last one I'll mention, and then I'll be quiet and answer any questions you may have, is related to what's called sourcing of gross receipts tax. So when we passed House Bill 6 that gave us internet sales, what happened is your taxable event now is taxed at the rate of where it occurs. So I'll give you an example. If you have a business that is in the city of Las Cruces but provides a service, and that service is provided in the county but not in the city, after the change in House Bill 6, that we would not get any revenue from that taxable event, although the business is still in the city, the service is provided outside the city, we would not get any revenue from that. And that really became a problem, particularly, it's more of an issue in the southeast part of the state with municipalities that provide services to the oil industry. But for us, it also could have an impact for services that are provided outside the city when the home office is in the city. And so they're trying to get an additional piece of revenue from gross receipts tax that is normally a local distribution that we would get, so we can recover some of that revenue. And so we don't know where that is going to go or how that's going to move forward. It has not had a hearing yet. So we're in the throes of the session. The last thing I would tell you is we don't know if there's going to be any other potential bills that are going to have funding for projects. They have so much excess general fund revenue that they're going to try and spend or sock away. Probably going to have a big road bill, so for big road projects, and also other potential infrastructure projects. And then we had 4 projects that we are trying to tap into, both federal infrastructure funding and any excess general fund revenue that they're going to have. And so in addition to what we're working on in the session, we're working with the governor's infrastructure team, which includes an individual in charge of general infrastructure, one for broadband, and then one for water projects. And so some of our bigger projects, like the water infrastructure rehab and air service, the airport overhaul rehabilitation, the Santa Teresa bypass, those are things we're trying to work with the infrastructure group. And that happens during the session, and also will continue once the session is over in the interim, and we'll keep working to try and tap into that federal infrastructure money. So a lot of information really quickly, but that's where we are. And there's just been a little over 300 bills introduced this session. And so for a 30-day session right now, it's actually pretty light. So we'll have some more stuff introduced over the next week or so. And I think I'll be quiet unless there's anybody who has any questions.
Thank you, Larry. We have a mic and we're going to be passing the mic around. Okay, so we'll actually have the counselor identify themselves so that way you'll know who you're talking to.
Thank you, Larry. This is Councilor Flores, and thank you so much for your work on behalf of the city. I find SB 6 problematic for us. And we discussed something earlier because the mayor was telling us that there was, well, in connection with this or something else, but so it brought up the subject of our air service. Our air service intrastate will begin hopefully no later than this fall, as possibly as early as the summer. And so does SB 6 apply to airfare, you know, insofar as it's a service? And do you know anything how it would impact our ability to benefit from sales of airfare tickets, airfare?
Thank you, Counselor. No, it would be more of if, and where we're really seeing it is right now, if you're a professional service, so if you're, which essentially attorneys, accountants, people who are licensed professionals, if our home office would be in the city of Las Cruces and you provide your services outside of the county, then you pay the city tax and the tax rate. But if you are like construction services already are paying the rate where the event occurs, there's just a small group of other services that may have on home office, but they travel outside of the city for the gross receipts. So I don't think it would impact air service, but that issue has not come up yet. So I think what you're asking is, would it, if you had a gross receipts on the sale of a ticket in Las Cruces, would it be the location of sale or where they end up? I think the way it would work now is if they actually bought the ticket at in Las Cruces, then that's where the taxable event would occur. So I don't think we would have a problem there.
You don't think that you're not sure?
But I will double check, because that for air service, it hasn't come up. So I appreciate that. That's not a service that we had. There's the tax expert at the municipal league is somebody who I'll ask, and then I'll make sure and get back to you with that one.
Great, thank you, Larry. The other concern I have is, or question I have is, the mayor has been, excuse me, I'm sorry, Mayor, it's not the mayor. The governor has been giving a lot of lip service, frankly, it's lip service to broadband. And there's the Martinez-Yazzie case that the PED wasn't able to fulfill the requirement, and the court withheld jurisdiction to make sure that all areas of the state, all children were receiving the benefit of the Yazzie-Martinez decision. And so they, you know, the PED has its marching orders to provide education, broadband education, or to provide education to areas that, especially with COVID now. And so especially with COVID, it's even more horrible, where a lot of communities, a lot of children are not receiving any kind of instruction through the PED. And the cop-out, when they were called back into court by the justices or by the judges, their cop-out was that, oh, well, we don't have broadband, so we can't deliver those educational services to the children that were, you know, that was mandated by your order. So, so how is the governor or the powers that be up in Santa Fe, how are they addressing that issue? And why are they, why is there a bill when the governor has so many other powers to make sure that this broadband is really available throughout the state? And I know that Howie Morales, Lieutenant Governor, has spoken to that and does see it as a crucial issue. Do you know anything about that, or do you know how it's going to be implemented, or how successful it's going to be? And thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Flores. And so just as specific to Yazzie versus Martinez, there are legislators who are also similarly frustrated with lack of a plan coming out of the public education department. They were told prior to the session that they would have a plan coming out on how to specifically implement Yazzie versus Martinez before the session began.
Larry, the cases
Yes.
that Yazzie versus Martinez, what happened was that the court consolidated two cases that dealt with very similar issues. So that's why it's called Yazzie Martinez, and it was versus PED. So
Okay, so thank you. I appreciate that. So in the Yazzie Martinez, and so legislators are also equally frustrated with the lack of a plan coming out of PED. So it's early in the session as of yet, so we don't know exactly how they're going to deal with it, and the budget has not been finalized, at least in its initial form. So once that happens, we'll have a better sense of how the legislature plans to fund or any programmatic changes that they will put into the education budget. So the House of Representatives is where the budget originates. They're anticipating that the Appropriations Committee will be done with the budget, and it will be voted out of the committee about next Monday. And then the full House will consider it on Wednesday or so, it's not unusual for that to change. But as of about early next week, we'll have an idea of how they're planning on dealing with implementation as far as the budget side. As far as broadband goes, the legislature in the last session created an Office of Broadband to try and help coordinate and implementation of statewide broadband. And so that office has been created. They now have they have an executive director or a director of the office. He is one of the three individuals that's also working on the federal infrastructure money. So there's plenty of money available for implementation of broadband. They had state money that was allocated during the special session in December. And then potentially they could have more this session, and then also the federal infrastructure money. And so they're coordinating the broadband effort and increased access through that Office of Broadband, which is brand new. So we don't know yet exactly how well it's going to work. But the other piece to that is of significance is the Department of Transportation is also working on implementation of broadband by coming up with new rules for licensing and laying of fiber and conduit in DOT right away. And so there's some legislation that is related to how that the rules, at least as far as or the statute to enact the rules for DOT's implementation of broadband. And then depending on what happens in this session, they anticipate finalizing their rule sometime shortly after the session. So what they've really been struggling with and trying to do is to coordinate among the state on between the different agencies on how to lay fiber and implement and provide and light up the fiber for broadband to provide it. So it's in flux, but it's had a lot more progress than they've ever had recently. And then that of course has an impact with local governments, is how do they coordinate with local governments. And so when we are working on broadband projects, how are we tying into any kind of state or any statewide broadband? So a lot of activity on it yet, not really sure exactly what it's going to look like.
Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. I would thank you, Larry. If you want to stay on, that's up to you. We now have a representative from Senator Heinrich's office, Sylvia Uola. And so Sylvia, have you unmuted yourself?
Doing that right now. Hi there.
Thanks, Sylvia, for joining us.
Okay, so I have a slide presentation, so I don't know if you can cue that up, but I really want to thank you all for inviting our office to participate in today's retreat. As you all know, between the bipartisan infrastructure law and all the money that the state is going to have this year available for capital outlay, this is like a really good time for the city of Las Cruces and a lot of communities in New Mexico to really focus on economic development, and also to just start, pulling away on a lot of the digging out from a lot of the deferred maintenance that we're all facing. And so the stuff that I'm going to go over today is by no means comprehensive. There is just a whole lot of federal funding that's going to be coming down the pike. So really what I'm going to do today is just give you all a flavor of what that is. I'll be throwing a lot of millions and billions out there. And so that's always a fun thing. But there's a couple of takeaways that I want you to have, and that is that as a member of the Joint Economic Committee, Senator Heinrich has extra resources within the delegation to create a economic development and special initiatives team. And what that means for you all is that in addition to just here, I sent over a guide that is like every last pot of money that is available, but we can help you connect. We can help you identify whether your projects are eligible for federal funding, and then coordinate with the delegation to get letters of support, grant searches, and things like that. And so Lisa Van Tiemsha is our grants coordinator for the delegation, and she can provide those services. So I want to make sure that you all know that in addition to to myself, you have a team that can help the city advance its economic development needs and also just basic infrastructure. So I did want to put that out there. And then the last thing I would say before I get started is just that you will probably know this, but the appropriations period, or I'm not exactly sure the right word, but like the process for appropriation is already beginning again, even though we still have not officially passed last year's budget. So this is, we will be probably in the next week or two sending out a link to applications, and it's going to be really a very simplified process where you can identify like these are things that we might want to seek a congressionally directed spending request for. And so it's a little bit of a change from last year, but we're hoping that it's a little bit easier. And so this will be just sort of like the first initial, like, hey, I think this would be a good congressionally directed spending request. And so from there, that'll kind of help us identify projects that we would like to send money directly to a project. So with that, I don't know if you all have the PowerPoint available. I can't see it right now. And I apologize for not being there in person. I really feel bad about that.
Sylvia, I'm unsure. Matthew's coming up here. I think he was talking with you. I'm not quite sure we got your presentation. We did? Okay. Yeah, we did get it, and we're going to load it up there right now.
Okay. And I'm happy to answer any questions right now as they're putting that up. Or I will wait quietly.
Let's see.
Aha. So Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. So this is a whole lot of money that's coming to that's going to be invested in New Mexico and across the United States. So if you could go to the second slide. What you all probably know, but I will reiterate it, is that New Mexico stands to get $3.7 billion in formula funding. And in addition to this, an opportunity to apply for a very large amount of competitive funding. And those are a little bit more difficult to get, but that's where our office stands to help. This money is going to go towards roads, bridges, clean water infrastructure, electric charging networks, airports. As you might, as Andy probably can tell you, New Mexico or Las Cruces International Airport is going to get almost $300,000 a year for the next 5 years to help work on some of its infrastructure needs. So there's going to be some money that's going to go directly to different agencies across or political subdivisions across the state. A lot of that money is going to get distributed through the state of New Mexico. And so you all were talking about your ICIP plans just before this, and those are how that money is going to get invested in different communities. And these are just infrastructure investments that are not on a scale since we've seen the building of our interstates here in New Mexico. So next slide. So I started out, this guide really goes sort of by department and their budgets. I started with Department of Transportation because I think that's where we get a lot of interest and people wondering what we can expect. And so I put links to all of the different fact sheets from the different departments, and this will be available. But I also sent Matt a very comprehensive, like 40-some page guide that has links to every single program, what's available, how to apply, and all of that. And that should be really your first go-to. But as I said, our office is there. Our economic development team is there to like ask very specific questions or make connections. So based on formula funding alone, New Mexico should get like $2.8 billion over the next 5 years in federal highway dollars. To put that in perspective, that's like 30% higher than the annual appropriations. So that's really a great resource. You know, I'm thinking just having discussions with the city of Las Cruces, like their goals for, you know, a transportation or a warehousing or ties to the supportive entry. Those are all things that we can kind of think about as far as trying to get funding to support. It can also kind of, the city can tap into 15.77 billion in the bridge investment program. We're also going to get, New Mexico is also going to get 61 million over 5 years in formula funding to reduce transportation related emissions. So there's just a lot of different things. If you can go to the next slide. So these are formula, and there's a million of them. I'm not going to read them all out, but formula funded programs, there's just a ton of them. And this is like, I only got ones that I thought, okay, this might be something that the city of Las Cruces could tap, or the county. But there's just tons and tons of them. Like there was pages of this. So some of the things that are going to be funded to the tune of 148 billion is the National Highway Performance Program. So that's just building up our highway system. Surface Transportation Block Grant Program. And this is for state and local. This Transportation Alternative Program, which I think is kind of an interesting one to highlight, and that's like off-road pedestrian, bicycle facilities, enhanced mobility and access to public transit, and then rec trails and safe route to school programs, right? So these are things that'll make our that are kind of alternatives to just getting on the highway. And so these are, to me, they kind of like connect to quality of life projects that the city has. Other things are railroad and highway grade crossing programs that might support the city's economic development plans. And then also very specifically the electric vehicle formula program, which we can use for EV infrastructure. So that's all formula funding. So right, the state gets it one way or another, we're guaranteed. So, and you go to next slide, you can see a couple of the competitive grants that are also available. And this is more charging and fueling infrastructure. And this has a couple of categories. One is 1.25 billion to build out charging and fueling infrastructure. And then community charging grants that are like really directed at the local communities, right? So one would be like going along a highway, and this other one would be more within a community. And the thing to really think about too is that a lot of this funding is going to be directed towards vulnerable communities, right? And so there will definitely be some funding that we can go to and make the case that we are serving underserved communities, and those are ways that we can really push ourselves higher up on a list in competitive grants. Next slide. So also tons of transit funding. This would be really good to support the Roadrunner bus system. There's going to be funding to like rehabilitate some of that, improve capital funding, change to cleaner buses and electric buses. So there's that kind of stuff. The State of Good Repair program really just helps in any kind of maintenance backlogs that you might have. So that's all just Department of Transportation. And as I said, it's not even, I don't even think I'm scratching the surface. So if you can go to the next one. So Department of Commerce is where we're going to see a lot of the broadband funding. I think that Scott Marr has been pretty on top of knowing what's available in this, and also the Doñana Broadband Collective has really been digging into this, but there is this BEAD funding. There's also going to be a competitive grant program for digital equity. And so I think that these guys kind of know what's going on there, but I would say in the next slide is something I think is pretty helpful, and that would be middle mile grants. So this is like East Mesa stuff, getting it out to our areas that are a little bit less connected than we want them to be. And so this is going to be super, super important if we want to really increase the economic opportunities for our residents. So middle mile is something that I think not enough people are talking about. And so if we can help with that, that would be a really good thing. Next slide. Department of Energy had some really interesting weatherization assistance programs. This is something that gets not very much funding now, and we would hope that we can increase the quality of life of a lot of our residents by weatherizing their homes, helping low-income families just like reduce their energy consumption is going to help them reduce their bills and make their housing a lot more livable. And so that's money that I think is worth the city kind of considering, and some of your agencies. There's also going to be available this emergency efficiency and conservation block grant program. And that's also going to be reducing emissions. So that will be helping with our climate work. If you go to the next slide, so that's formula funding. This is competitive grants within the Department of Energy, and this is like rural and municipal utility advanced cybersecurity grant. I know we've all had some issues with cybersecurity, and so this is money that we can use to respond and recover from cybersecurity threats. And then another thing that I know you all have really worked on is just like and I actually think that Las Cruces is really ahead of the game here, but there are grants out there that can help codes departments develop good standards for housing, energy, utilities and stuff. And so that there is that money available out there if that's something that would be interesting for you all. I think the next one is Department of Interior. So Department of Interior, I think the things that I thought were the most interesting for us would be just water infrastructure and shoring up that. There's a bunch of there's not so much formula funding in this area, so this is going to be competitive. These are for water recycling and reuse projects, which are probably going to get, we really need to start thinking about how we use the water that we have more sparingly. So there is going to be funding for that available. And this, the city's water district would be eligible for this kind of funding. Other competitive grants is on the next slide. I think that I'm not so sure about this whole desalination thing. I always hear from people in this area that we have all this saline water and it would be a great resource. I'm throwing this out there. I think it might be a little bit far afield, but I think it's something to think about. We're also looking, there's also grants available for water efficiency, which are really great. And then dam projects. I know this county has a lot of like these earthen dams that are really at either just not up for the change in climate, or they just are not for the purpose that they were initially built, which was to keep farm fields from flooding or whatever. And so I want to put that out there, just that there is money for that kind of thing. And then water storage and groundwater storage. Final thing, there was some USDA stuff, but pretty much, you know, nothing that the city of Las Cruces would be available. So the last thing I would say is that on the final slide here, we have some funding from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and this is mostly a loan. This is the only project that I think, oh, actually I lied, there's a little bit more. But this WIPIA program is a low-cost loan to deal with water resource needs. I missed the Environmental Protection Agency. So final agency, next slide, is the Environmental Protection Agency. And this sort of continues in this, another area which we could tap resources, and that would be for clean waters, the Clean Water State Revolving Fund and the Drinking Water Revolving Fund. These are just pretty basic funds that we can use. And then the competitive grant programs on the next slide. I think this one it might be helpful in some of our economic development, and that's in the Brownfields Competitive Grant Program, to just rehabilitate contaminated properties. So that's a big bump up, 1.2 billion. And then a consumer recycling and education and outreach grant program. So I know that we've just been having a lot of issues with our recycling and how to make those more efficient and like still doable. And so I think that that's something that is worth pointing out. And so with that, I will either stand for questions or let you get on with your important conference.
Thank you, Sylvia. We do have a few questions. What we'll do is we'll ask the counselors or the mayor to identify themselves. Okay, thank you, Sylvia.
Thank you. Thank you, Sylvia. This is Joanna Bencomo. Thank you so much for joining us, and please pass along our huge gratitude to the senator for his support on this piece of legislation and ensuring that New Mexico got its fair share. There are not so much questions. I just wanted to let you know that the Utilities Board is discussing our water conservation plan. This is our next meeting in February. I won't get you the date, but perhaps it'd be good for you to tune in. And something that just came up that Delilah was sharing with Councilor Stuby and I was the interesting dilemma of water conservation is that the better we get at water conservation, the less revenues we bring in, but the utility still has to plan for its peak moments, right? And I think Delilah, if she was here, she could definitely tell you that a lot better than I just did. But it's an interesting dilemma to be in, right? And so I wonder how any of these funds address that. And then the other thing, just quick, is that we're going to be taking, the utility board is going to be taking a field trip to the El Paso's desalination plant, if you want to come with us.
Oh, that sounds great. I love it.
I'll make sure they get that to you. Thank you.
Also to Mayor and councilors, I just want you to know, I just saw Larry is still on the line also, so we can, if you have questions for Larry as well.
Oh,
So
I do, but.
any more questions for Sylvia or Larry?
Oh. Sorry, I did. Sorry. I did have a question for Larry. Thank you for staying, Larry. Larry, Ifo and I had recently a conversation with Representative Small about the huge opportunities coming from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund at the state. Larry, I'm wondering if you could speak to that conversation and then just to the bigger Affordable Housing Trust bill that they'll be discussing and the opportunities there available to us.
Sure. Thank you, Councilor Bencomo. And before I jump into that, while Sylvia was talking, I visited with Janet Peacock from the Municipal League. Councilor Flores, your question is actually on point and much more complicated than we thought. So we don't know an answer yet on how we treat air service, but it's something that they're actually contemplating that has become an issue with the change of sourcing. And then also for the spaceport, it's becoming an issue. So I'll get back to you once we get a final answer on it. So it's one of those kind of weird quirks they haven't figured out yet. And Councilor Bencomo, thank you. Representative Small had approached us when we first started discussing the legislative session about potential money for affordable housing projects. And they're anticipating they're going to have a total of $30 million available for affordable housing. And I believe the breakdown, if I remember right, 10 million will go to Department of Finance and Administration, and then 20 million through the New Mexico Mortgage Finance Authority. And we are looking at two potential projects, not, really kind of in the planning stages, whether or not we'll get funding for it. And Representative Small was interested in the Amador Proximo property and looking at possibly seeing if we can get some funding for property acquisition. And then the second piece, and I apologize, I forget off the top of my head, I don't have it in front of me, the name of it. So Counselor, if you remember, that'd be great. But it's the property that is adjacent to the Community of Hope campus, where we would actually be looking more for program funding, and that would run through the Department of Finance Administration. And so he's really been pushing for us to try and tap into that affordable housing money that's going to become available after this session. And so we are also working that to see if we can avail ourselves of that opportunity. Counselor, anything else in the conversation? If you want to weigh in, that'd be great. It was a good conversation. And we weren't sure exactly if he was only wanting to focus on Amador Proximo, but we found maybe able to split the question, and we may have a possibility of looking into supporting both of those different projects.
Mr. Moran, this is Yvonne Lotus again. Thank you so much for. Mr. Moran, this is Yvonne Lotus again. Thank you so much for looking into that. And we definitely are sitting on the edge of our seats to find out exactly, what the story is on the revenues or lack thereof regarding the airport. So insofar as the formula, is there a formula and competitive? We need to know if there's a formula and whether there's a competitive grants. There are competitive grants which require a match.
And Counselor, you're referring to the for the housing money. For the DFA money, recollections, it's 50-50 match. So we would only be, it would be 50% from the city, 50% from DFA. And not sure yet through how the second piece, the 20 million, not sure yet what that match is going to be.
Okay.
Or if there will be, or what the process is.
Okay, and then Sylvia, that question would also apply to you in terms of that, $3 zillion that's sitting there.
Are we talking about airport? Or are we talking about
airport? I'm really talking about airport, yes. But thank you.
I'm happy to look into that for sure. I've been working with Andy just on staying connected with his plans, and so happy to look into specific. There were definitely specific FAA grants out there, so I can take a look and get back to you if you will allow.
Yeah, is that part of that that $3.7 billion windfall? I'm a little yeah. Sylvia, is that part of the $3.7 billion, or is this something totally separate?
Oh, the 3.7 billion, that's all of the money. So when we talk about that, that's all of the formula funding that goes to the state in all of the different pots of money. And so there are specific ones. I actually have that. If you give me a little bit of time, I might be able to find the FAA stuff specifically.
Great, thank you, Sylvia. Thank you so much.
Sure.
And Councilor Flores, this is Larry Horan again. And just one more piece on the affordable housing. The where we left it was our Representative Small is going to try and convene a meeting with representatives of the city, DFA and NMMFA to have a discussion on our projects. And we want to try and do it during the session and have him present, because then we make sure that we get good attention from them, and then we can discuss specifics of the projects. And so that's something that we should be looking for hopefully in the next week or so.
Thank you.
Okay, Larry and Sylvia, I don't see any more questions. I want to thank both of you for joining us. You're welcome to stay on. We're going to be ending at 4. But again, thank you for all your great work. And we, as a city, greatly appreciate your help in bringing and delivering a great message for today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So at this time, I'm going to go ahead and turn it back over to Tony and have him finish out his presentation. He's going to go over a few of the current projects that that are on the CIP under Public Works. So Tony, can you bring him up? Thank you.
Let's go with that. Cool, thank you, Matt. So I want to just jump up to where I finished off that before the end to me off stage. So here's just some projects that are in the current CIP. One of Sonia's, and you can see the equipment being used right there, but here's the AARP fit lot at Benavida Center, which is 100% complete. And if there's any questions, Sonia's here to answer those. We got Van Patten reconstruction project, which is complete. That was an ongoing project off of Alameda to Melendres, $1.5 million, and that has been completed and turned over and fully functional for the residents there. Here's the water main rehabilitation. This was a utilities project that was managed by Public Works. This replaced some old asbestos cement water line throughout the Galleon Place off the Stern area, the southern part of the city limits. It replaced 820 linear feet of C900 water. It replaced 820 feet of AC line with C900 water line and some ductile iron pipe. So this was a very much needed project that was completed. There's the Metro Ready Red Hawk VS Park. And this was done by the developer, wasn't it? Yeah, so I apologize for being on here. This wasn't a CIP project, so I'm going to skip before you see that one.
Before we get any ideas. Way too bougie for us.
Hacienda Acres, phase 2 sewer improvements. This was a utilities project also. This replaced the sewer main of Hacienda Acres, which allows, with this project, it will allow for 32 possible residents to tie to the sewer system over there and be off of septic. As we all know, there's some septic connection projects that are going on for some grants, so this ties into that one. Great. Here's our Brown Farm drainage project. There was this one's kind of unique. It's outside the city limits, but it's property owned by the city, right there near El Camino Real. So this is a property that's owned by the city. And we had some drainage concerns that was out there that we had to. City went forth and did some minor drainage mitigation to help some standing water for some mosquito issues for the nearby residents. That was completed in December and is fully constructed. The regional aquatic system center competition pool. We've had several presentations on this. It is in construction. It's about 15%. There's a big hole out there, and we're moving forward. Great with the contractor that we have. So this is we're excited. Hopefully by December of 2022, we can have people do laughter us and pool.
Yes. Competition.
Have a race, right? Here's the John Hans wastewater treatment facility, which is underway, 65% construction complete, and it's being done by Memorial Enterprises. Here's our Compost Street reconstruction, right behind the city hall. We've got a consultant on board to do some planning and design to kind of incorporate some pedestrian and bicycle travel through there. We've had several meetings with the public, some stakeholders, so we're in the final stages of the planning on that. And as we all know, TID made this one of his priorities to move forward with construction. So hopefully we can move forward here soon. Fourth and Breakout Hawk. This was the Hawk system that Matt kind of pointed to me earlier. This is a high intensity activated crosswalk. This was a grant from NMDOT for the Municipal Arterial Program. Right now, we're in design. What Public Works is trying to do now is get this Hawk warranted. Similar to a traffic signal, you cannot just go put a traffic signal anywhere. They have to be warranted by a traffic study to be able to put up. So we are going back and forth. It's been difficult, but we're trying to push it to get that installed and work with NMDOT. Balma Drive. This is one of our upcoming projects that we've actually had our first hybrid, both English and Spanish public meeting about 2 months ago at City Hall. It was great, great turnout. Just not a lot of support. This is just an area that needs widening, needs improvements, utilities and so forth. And trying to incorporate some complete street aspects in the ATP with this roadway. So this is a tight fit, but staff is doing an excellent job in keeping the public informed. Madrid in design. This is one that we do have some capital outlay funding for. This will, oh, hey, I got a pointer from Evelyn, and we'll kind of, there's this used to be a Villamoda Dam, which is another project going on, but right now it's just it was supposed to be kind of not a temporary, but it wasn't a fully constructed roadway. So now we're going to put a full roadway, extend Madrid all the way to Treviso, and actually do some alignments. So one of the other priorities that was brought forth was the underpass at Madrid and I-25. So this is that now. You can see how we have, I believe this is the Planet Fitness that I don't go to at all. If you cross under here, we're going to have a huge kind of, with this intersection here and this intersection, it's not going to align very well. So we're going to go ahead and be proactive and align this roadway so we can align with that driveway in the future. So when that money does come up, we don't got to reconstruct what the city is going to do for Madrid. So staff has been planning ahead on that one. The transit. We think we're more than 50% design done. We're actually ready to go out to bid here soon. Just once we get some of this stuff going. I know there's some final questions, finalizing the documents, and hopefully be out to bid here this spring. Casa de Peregrinos. This is the old Horse and Hound building. We went out to bid. We did get bids, and this is when it came in with the budget. So this was good. We finally put one out to a bid, a vertical construction project, and Debbie, she did a great job. So bids seem to come in okay, good. So I think we're moving forward with the negotiation of the contractor to be under construction here in the near future. Midway. This is one of those unpaved roads out there that's very in bad shape, no curb and gutter, no sidewalks. So we're just going to go and do this little segment. We've already improved the western end of this in previous projects. We're going to just finish this off to Mason Drive as part of this one. South Main reconstruction. We've been presenting on this for the past 3 or 4 years, I think, and we're almost getting close to getting approval by BNSF, the railroad. Going back and forth with them. They are not the easiest to work with, but I think they're getting close. So we hope to be under construction or up to bid by late spring, early summer, hopefully. And that is a road diet. That is, I know you call there's 2 lanes in each direction. What we're going to do now is put 1 lane in each direction, a middle turn lane, and some bike lanes on there. That is it.
Okay, does anybody have any questions for Tony?
Yes. I heard you. Thank you, Tony, so much. I just, one quick question about Casa de Peregrinos, and I think we've been told that the fire recently didn't really affect it, but can you update us on that? And if there's any more need for additional funds for that facility?
So yes, there was a fire that was inside. However, we did check the damage before we went out to bid, and the damage did not require any redesign for the project. It was already some areas that were going to be removed, so there was no added cost to design for the projects.
Thank you. And no more money.
We need money for the road.
So Natalie's going to give us some money from CBG for the road going across. Is that what you said?
Marshall.
So one of the items is, on the west side of Casa de Peregrino, they want a kind of a driveway to the back. So that was, it's under design right now to do hopefully change over later, put into the project. So once you get a design, a cost estimate, hopefully we can get that put into the project.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, oh, Councilor Gondeta, Mayor Pro Tem.
Tony, with the asset of Medellin, I understand that they would like to convert a piece of that to a kitchen incubator. How does that factor into the stuff that you would like, that they'll be updating, I guess, for that particular facility? Is there funding for that, or do they need additional funding, and do you know how much that required?
So Mayor Pro Tem, that is the first that I heard of that, and I'm hoping it's already the design that that's what they head up to the architect. So that's something that I will look into. So I hope that was part of his initial scope.
I understand.
So as part of the master plan, we included that in the master plan, and you'll see that it's currently unfunded. Our hope was to add it to the CIP. My understanding is the form was late, so it's not on our CIP yet, but we'll be putting that on there. There is design, but it's not intended to be part of the horse and hound renovation. It's a future phase as part of the entire campus.
So, because I understand he's advocating pretty hard for legislators for that this year,
Yes.
so.
I got an update today, and I'll circle back with Mr. Cooley on that issue. And then part of the thought is that we possibly add the El Caldito soup kitchen. So
You want the what kitchen?
El Caldito is part of the kitchen incubator, because right now, one, they have a very small dining room, and then they're sandwiched in between Amador House two buildings, but you'll get a full presentation on the master plan at a later date. But staff's following it, and I'll make sure it gets to work with.
Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie.
You can breathe now.
I know.
Yeah.
You should have.
Hello, Tonya. Any other questions?
Oh.
Okay, great.
All right. Jackie Friday. Sorry.
That's actually in our policy.
I did that a little bit. It's Jackie Friday.
Jackie Friday.
Oh, yeah.
So thank you, everyone, for being here today. Tomorrow, the day starts at actually 8:30. We have a breakfast here. Actually, the speakers will not start till 9. So we hope that you can join us for breakfast tomorrow morning. Please do. We have other staff coming in and staff from today as well. So thank you so much for being here. I hope that you've actually had some fun today, that you like the budget team. Parks and Rec may think they're the fun team, but we really, at the budget and finance office, we are the fun group. So thank you so much. I know. Yeah. And I thought we started with KN95, because like for so long. I don't know. I have no idea.
That's what I wondered. I was like, oh, really?
But, well, they were making money. Yeah, as I saw, you just come out of the stand up, maybe I am like, sorry. This was actually. Yeah, she was like 40.
Because they're probably gonna change. Masks and whatever else is over here.
We're the same.
We are the same. You might want to take your books with you because they're probably gonna clean up the
Which one's yours? Does it matter? Mine doesn't have a notebook. Yeah, but this is mine. Like they get what they're. Yeah.
And then your before was.
Oh. Come on. Oh, okay, my bad. Oh, my bad.
When city manager.
That was at 2007.
Yeah. That was like my first year as budget.
Prior to that.
Thank you.
Let's get off. Let's get off. Yeah.
I noticed I had been maybe a good year now. Yeah. I used to get the super yeah.
So.
Yes, sir.
I just had to get on record too. Can't prepare their stuff. 30 seconds.
No, of course. Yes, thank you.
Well, this was it. I just want to make sure. Natalie, budget. And if I.
Well, you have so much crap.
Those are my Christmas gifts to my kids, so they're gonna get sick of it. Mario. It's got to look like Mario. Wow. AC Slayer.
He looks like what? He's like something.
Mario Lucas.
Mario Lucas.
I'm heading the workforce thing, but Leanne wanted me to tell you that we should both come for breakfast tomorrow because they have plenty of food.
Okay.
8:30. I'll see you in the morning.
Okay. Well, I usually go on it, so I might, but probably not. I don't know. We'll see. Okay.
Well, I'm going to pick up in your. If the project's going up, I'm a scavenger. I know.
Oh, Leanne's yelling at me. I said I was. Natalie.
Hey, Tony, I mean, Matt, remember